Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Kindred Varsity Field, and thank you for watching yourliveevent.com. We got American Legion baseball for you tonight. The Kindred Vikings, post 117, host the visiting Detroit Lakes, post 15. Detroit Lakes in town for a doubleheader tonight. We'll carry both games on yourliveevent.com. First game will be a 7-inning affair, followed by a 5-inning game, and both of these games are non-league games. I'm Mike Bernier along with Wendy Bernier. Wendy, we got a lot of baseball for you tonight.
Yeah, it's a really good night, and we are about 8 minutes away from getting underway here tonight. And the crowd's just trickling in, and slight breeze, and the field looks good. The water jugs are filled, the flower pots are trimmed, and they're prepping for a tournament this weekend as well, the Essentia tournament. Some teams coming into town. That happens at 4 different fields, but ours is getting all prepped for that as well. So not just tonight, but we're back in the swing of things after a good 4th of July weekend. Hopefully everybody had a good time, and we're all set to kick off here tonight against Detroit Lakes.
So yes, Detroit Lakes is in town. Their head coach is Mr. Phil Kircher, and he's assisted by Jacob Thomas. I'll go over their starting lineup here really quick for Detroit Lakes for post 15. Number 32, Noah Germain, leads it off. He's the catcher. Batting second and playing at shortstop is number 3, Dylan Barker. Batting third and playing at first base, number 23, Holden Ridey. Batting cleanup and pitching is number 7, Wesley Berg. And batting fifth in left field, number 6, Weston White. Batting sixth and playing at third base is number 17, Max Ducharme. Batting seventh and playing in center field, number 2, Eli Hatch. Batting eighth and playing in right field, number 35, Bryson Shipman. And batting ninth, the second baseman, number 1, Jays Horner. So again, Phil Kircher, assisted by Jacob Thomas for Detroit Lakes. They don't really have a nickname. They go by post 15, which a lot of American Legion baseball programs do. So Detroit Lakes is in town. They'll face the Kindred Vikings. And we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in 30 seconds, and we'll come back with the Kindred Vikings starting lineup.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kindred Varsity Field. Detroit Lakes in town for some baseball this evening.
Here's the starting lineup for the Kindred Vikings post 117. Head coach Josh Almaris and Dean Wixo is assisting tonight. Kindred Vikings bring in an 11-11 overall record. They are 7-8 in the East Region A Legion for North Dakota. Leading off and playing in center field will be number 1, Brady Baumgarten. Batting second, playing at second base, number 2, Jackson Schliemann. Batting third, playing at designated hitter tonight, number 24, Carter Grunwald. Batting cleanup, playing in right field, number 17, Jeremy Knight. Batting fifth and doing the pitching tonight will be number 7, Max Bernier. Batting sixth and playing in left field, number 27, Carson Getty. Batting seventh and playing first base, number 23, Fisher Johnson. Gabe Iverson bats eighth, playing over at shortstop, wears number 8. And batting ninth, number 5, the third baseman, Tyler Grunwald. So it'll be Baumgarten, Schliemann, Grunwald, Knight, Bernier, Getty, Johnson, Iverson, and Grunwald. Again, the Kindred Vikings are 11-11 on the season overall, 7-8 in the East Region for A-Legion baseball in North Dakota. Last night, Wendy, Kindred Vikings dropped one to Wahpeton by a score of 6-2, and then we started the second game of that doubleheader. It was a counter game. We got through the second inning, but then the rains came, and we were just delayed.
Yeah, they got a little bit in, and started. We watched the clouds, the ominous clouds, and held off as long as they could. But yeah, a little bit of lightning and thunder started, so they pulled out the tarps for that one, and we'll be back down there tomorrow to finish that one off at 11. And it's good they stopped when they did, because the drive home was quite the downpour coming from Wahpeton last night. But we'll take care of that one tomorrow, hopefully finish that one off. And then they'll be doing more on Friday as well.
We'll take a quick break as the starting lineups were just introduced, and we'll break for our national anthem. We'll be back.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kindred Varsity Field here in Kindred, North Dakota, where Detroit Lakes is in town, and we are about to start a ball game.
Kindred Vikings out on the field. The battery on the mound. Max Bernier throwing to his little brother, Sam Bernier.
Not so little.
Yeah. Sam would be upset if I called him little brother.
Yes, he would. He's been, getting up early, doing the workouts, getting ready for football season already. So, he's quickly outgrowing little brother status.
So Max Bernier on the mound, throwing to Sam Bernier. He'll be behind the plate.
The boys were out here earlier this evening. It was picture night, so they are in their black jerseys with the blue stripes, and they came out and they smiled for their individual pictures and their team photo. So we got all that done earlier this evening, and they all said they did their laundry and they had their white pants on, and some of them had their flip-flops on, but I made them put their shoes on for the pictures. They were a little against what they wanted to do, but we got them all dressed up from head to toe this time.
Around the infield, over at first base is Fisher Johnson. At second base is Jackson Schliemann. Over at third base, Tyler Grunwald. At shortstop, Gabe Iverson. Out in left field, as always, Carson Getty. In center field, as always, Brady Baumgarten. And in right field, Jeremy Knight gets a start out in right field. And leading off will be the catcher, number 32, Noah Germain.
And leading off, the top of the first for the Detroit Lakes Post 15, number 32, catcher, Noah Germain.
So for Detroit Lakes, Noah Germain will lead it off. He does the catching. Where's number 32? A little bit of a delay here. We got an umpire getting some equipment. Behind the plate will be Mr. Kelly McNary. Out on the base paths, Mr. John Ethan doing the umpiring tonight. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. And we're getting set for the first pitch. Here's the first pitch from Max Bernier. Ground ball.
6 o'clock.
Kicked by Gabe Iverson. Throw across the diamond in time for the out. Nice job by Gabe Iverson. The ground ball kind of ate him up a little bit, but he knocked it down, kept it in front of him, did the very basics. Knocked it down, and he had plenty of time to throw over to Fisher Johnson over at first base to record the first out. One pitch, one out.
And 6:01 now. We are right on time, right on schedule this evening.
Here's a pitch, swing and a miss to Dylan Barker, the shortstop. Max Bernier has thrown 23 innings this year, making his third start. Here's a pitch, breaking ball away, 1-1 the count. No wins, 2 losses for Max. He does have a save on the season, sports a 3.65 earned run average. And here's a 1-1 pitch, swing and a foul. That caught a piece of Sam. Looks like he's okay. 1-2 the count. Holden Riding awaits on deck. Just getting started, top of the first inning. Detroit Lakes post 15.
Hey, good spot for that one.
Nice pitch inside, looks like. Called for ball 2, 2 balls and 2 strikes to the right-handed hitter, Dylan Barker. Here's a pitch from Bernier, swinging a pop-up foul over the press box.
Some of those foul balls.
Yeah, we got quite a few golf carts and fans down here along the first baseline in foul territory. We gave out a couple of umbrellas to help protect viewers.
This pitch misses away, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Max throws a lot of strikes. Hopefully I didn't jinx him just now.
Yeah, way to go.
Here's a pitch. Wow, that pitch just misses, and it's a walk. So I did jinx him.
That brings up number 23, first baseman, Holden Riding.
Looked like Max was right around the strike zone, save for 2 of those pitches. Holden Riding steps up. He's the first baseman, right-handed hitter. Runner on first, 1 down. And the pitch. In there for a strike. Kelly McNary, the home plate umpire. Fun fact, when I played in Breckenridge, post 53 out of Minnesota, Kelly McNary umpired those games as well. Here's a pitch. Off speed, misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's a 1-1 set. And the pitch. Misses outside. 2 balls and a strike. Wesley Berg awaits on deck. These are non-league games. And the pitch. Misses up. 3 balls and a strike.
Hey, you're all right. Max. Relax. Throw it in there. Let him use the stick. Twist one.
And now here's a 3-1 set. And the pitch. Runner goes, and it hit him. Max has hit 9 guys on the season now.
Here we go, Max.
Looked like he tried to throw a curveball or an off-speed pitch of some sort. It just stayed inside. Wesley Berg steps up. He's the other pitcher. Runners at first and second. 1 down. Bernier throwing out of the stretch. Here's the set. Here's the pitch. Curveball in there for a strike. Very slow curveball. Wesley Berg didn't really know what to do with that. He kind of stepped out of the box and watched it drift over the plate for a called strike. And here's a pitch. Fastball inside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
All right, Sam, here we go. Let that defense work for you.
Bernier up to 15 pitches. And here's a 1-1. Off speed, swinging a line drive into left center. That's going to fall for a base hit. That's going to score a run. Around to home comes Dylan Barker. Riding, I should say, stops at second base. It'll be an RBI single for Wesley Berg. We're going to have a courtesy runner here. It'll be number 20, Hudson Lundberg. Runners at first and second. 1 run, on one hit for Detroit Lakes here in the top of the first inning. Weston White steps to the plate. He's a left fielder. So a courtesy runner. Hudson Lundberg in. On at first base. Riding at second. And the pitch from Bernier, outside, ball one. And here's a pitch, swing and a little looper out in the left field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Carson Getty charges and will get it quickly into the infield. Base hit into shallow left. And that loads the bases with only one out.
Number 17, third baseman, Max Ducharme.
Max Ducharme steps to the plate. He's the third baseman, wears number 17, also a right-handed hitter. And Bernier kicks and fires, swinging a pop-up. It's in foul territory. Sam Bernier gives it a look, and it bounces over the fence for a foul ball, strike one.
Carson, a little deep.
Bases loaded. One run on two hits for Detroit Lakes. Top of the first inning, just getting started. And here's a set. Here's a pitch. Off speed, in there for a strike. No balls and two strikes. Eli Hatch awaits on deck. Bernier trying to work through trouble. Top of the first inning. Here's a pitch. Swing and a ground ball, chopped foul. Count remains no balls and two strikes. Here's the 0-2 set and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him on strikes. Max's first strikeout. Out number two, and that'll bring up Eli Hatch, the center fielder. Max up to 22 pitches this inning. Here's the set and the delivery. Fastball fouled away, strike one. Max trying to minimize the damage. Here's a pitch, swing and a grounder, foul. Up the third base line, towards the dugout. No balls and two strikes. He got a leadoff ground out, then walked a batter, then hit a batter, then an RBI single, then another single, loaded the bases, then a strikeout. Here's a pitch, swing and a foul again. Count remains no balls and two strikes. Bernier looking on, wearing number 7. Tall right-hander, kicks and fires, swing and a miss at a slow breaking ball. Got him on strikes. Does give up a run after a one-out walk and an RBI single by Wesley Berg. Detroit Lakes takes a 1-0 lead. Kindred Vikings coming to bat in the bottom of the first inning on yourliveevent.com.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kindred Varsity Field here in Kindred.
Tall right-hander on the mound for Detroit Lakes. His name is Wesley Berg, wears number 7. Throwing to his battery mate, Noah Germain. He'll face the top of the order for the Kindred Vikings, Brady Baumgarten, Jackson Schliemann, and Carter Grunwald. Brady Baumgarten, the leadoff hitter, batting .209 on the year, leads the team with 14 runs scored. Mostly batting from that leadoff spot. And here's a pitch.
Whoa.
It got him. Brady Baumgarten gets hit with the pitch. Right-handed pitcher for Detroit Lakes, Wesley Berg. Wears number 7, as does his opposing starting pitcher, Max Bernier, wears number 7. Jackson Schliemann steps to the plate.
7's on the mound tonight, huh?
Pickoff attempt over at first base. Back in time is Brady Baumgarten. Jackson Schliemann comes into the game batting .305, 4 doubles on the season. Have a very solid season. Very consistently hitting the ball hard all year long. Swinging and a foul. Strike 1. Owen won the count to the left-handed hitting Jackson Schliemann. Another throw over to first base. Back in time is Brady. Carter Grunwald awaits on deck. And here's the pitch. Fastball way up, and it gets past the catcher, Noah Germain. It'll be a wild pitch. Brady Baumgarten moves up to second base.
An active dugout below us.
1-1 the count. Here's the set. Here's the pitch. Fastball. Misses. 2 balls and a strike. And here's the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. Jackson's having a good summer. Hitting the baseball hard, like we said, continuing his school ball season. Where he hit the ball very hard as well. Here's a pitch, swing and a miss. He goes down on strikes. Wesley Berg picks up his first strikeout. And that'll bring up Carter Grunwald.
Carter was at practice earlier this week, and he hit a home run during practice. So the kids were talking him up, and he said that was a lot of fun.
And here's a pitch, swinging a foul ball. Carter almost hit one out last night down in Wahpeton.
He did.
Hit a high drive off the fence.
Yep.
Out in right field for a 2-run double. Gets a spot in the third hole as a designated hitter. He's driven in 9 runs this year, batting .267. Here's a pitch, way outside. 1-1 the count. Berg has thrown 8 pitches.
Yeah, that interview was with Carson and Gabe and Max, our 3 seniors.
Here's a ground ball into right field. That's a base hit. Baumgarten being waved around. The throw is cut off at first base, and it's a tie ball game, an RBI single for Carter Grunwald. And it's a tie ball game.
So, yeah, the 3 seniors got interviewed the other night. You can find that interview on the Kindred Youth Baseball Facebook page, and Carter made a brief appearance, as did Brady.
Brady a little more unwilling.
They were talking about all kinds of things, their walk-up songs and what they do in the off season and all their extracurriculars. And it's a good watch. It's a good watch, and it was a lot of fun to see those 3 seniors and how they've grown and developed and carry out full sentences.
Here's a pitch inside. 1-1 the count to Jeremy Knight. Jeremy's batting .279 on the season, 9 runs batted in. Max Bernier awaits on deck. 1-1 tie, bottom of the first inning. Vikings have a runner on at first base. Throw over to first base again. Grunwald is back in plenty of time.
Yeah, they talked about their future plans and all their favorite things.
Here's a pitch. Misses away. 2 balls and a strike.
Max and Carson are going to head up to UND and play club ball up there, hopefully. And Gabe has basketball next up for him this fall.
Pitch is down low. Yeah, Gabe going to Valley City. 3-1 the count to the left-handed hitting Jeremy Knight. 3 left-handers in a row. Schliemann, Grunwald, and Knight for the Vikings. And the pitch, swing and a miss. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Then it's a right-handed hitting Max Bernier, then 2 more lefties, Carson Getty and Fisher Johnson.
Yeah, taking pictures of him is a little tricky. I got to run over to the other side and then run over to the first base side.
And the pitch misses away. The runner was going, but it's a walk. So no stolen base for Carter Grunwald. It's a walk to Jeremy Knight. Runners at first and second with 1 out. That'll bring up Max Bernier. Max is hitting .259 in the season. He's driven in 6 runs. And here's a pitch. It's an off-speed pitch. Swing and a miss by Max Bernier. Eric Iverson running the music and doing game changer tonight, but he's running the music, and the walk-up songs have changed a little bit.
A little bit this evening.
Here's a pitch. Misses away. 1 ball and a strike.
I heard him talking about changing it. I didn't know if it was going to come to fruition because Eric's a master. He digs and he dives and he finds just the right tunes for every little mom that and every kid that walks up to bat, just the right tune for the right moment.
Bernier takes a strike. It's a 1-2 count. Berg looks at his base runners. And here's a pitch. Swing and a line drive. Base hit into left center field. This ball's hit pretty hard into the gap. Bernier's going to round first. He'll stop there, but it's an RBI single as Carter Grunwald scores all the way from second base. Got a very good jump. So did Jeremy Knight, and he makes it to third base. RBI single for Max Bernier, and it's a 2-1 lead. So Max normally has a little Led Zeppelin for his walk-up song, but he heard some Beach Boys tonight.
Yeah, yep. They're going to come up with some of every song that they walk up to tonight has the title or their name of their mom in the song. So Carson's got Amanda going on. I had Wendy. But the best one still to this day, people are still talking about it, the region win when Carson did his walk-off home run, and immediately, I don't even know how he, the foresight and the thinking that goes on and the planning before it, but Carson played Sebastian in the school musical, and so we had a little under the sea action going on after that win. Immediately when the ball hit the bat and it went over the fence and then the song started. It was magical.
Eric, let me in on a secret on that one. He said he had that one queued up for a lot of games.
Oh, I know. There's so much thought and planning into it, and you just hold on to it just for that right moment, and it happened, and it was magical, and everybody, if you go back and watch that one, and Carson says that's one of his favorite moments, of course, too, but it all just came together right at the end there. But that was one of the best ones to show you how much thought and planning goes into just the right song at the right moment, and we all appreciate that.
1-1 the count to Carson Getty. Carson hitting .215 on the year. Swing and a foul. Big old powerful cut by Carson Getty. 1-2 the count. 22 pitches thrown by the right-hander, Wesley Berg.
Carson also in the interview, they went through and asked him about their favorite catches ever, and he had his favorite up in Gwinner. He did a big stretch out to catch a foul ball out there like that, but he said there was sadly no video of it. So I think I'm going to go back and check the archives and the pictures, and I can't believe that he would have had a catch I missed, but yeah, it is a lot of fun. Took that interview. If you want to go back and watch it, it's on the Kindred Youth Baseball Facebook page.
Graham Hess was a courtesy runner for the pitcher Bernier, and he steals second base. Here's a pitch, misses outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes account to the left-handed hitting Carson Getty, with Fisher Johnson awaiting on deck. And here's a pitch, swing and a miss by Carson. 2 down. And that'll bring up Fisher Johnson. Fisher, left-handed hitter, wears number 23. And here's the pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Both pitchers throwing 26 pitches in the first inning. And here's the 0-1 set, and here's a pitch. Fastball down low, nice stop by the catcher, Noah Germain. 1-1 the count. Here's a 1-1. Misses outside. 2 balls and a strike. To the left-handed hitting Fisher Johnson. Gabe Iverson awaits on deck. And here's a 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss by Fisher. 2 balls and 2 strikes. For Detroit Lakes, 1 run on 2 hits. No errors. Kindred down the bottom of the first inning. 2 runs on 2 hits. And here's a pitch, swing and a ground ball on the right side. Horner has it, the second baseman flips over to Riding at first base in time for the out. It's a 4-3 putout. Vikings come up with 2 runs and they take the lead. It's a 2-1 lead for the Vikings on yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kindred Varsity Field. Detroit Lakes in town this evening for a couple ball games.
They'll send the 8, 9, and 1 hitters up. Bryson Shipman, Jays Horner, and Noah Germain. Bryson Shipman, the batter. Foul ball. I wasn't watching
I didn't
the
either.
play.
I wasn't even looking.
All I did is see Eric flinch. I start going to make the catch, and then I look up and I saw the white baseball coming right at my eyes.
Everybody's arms going up.
Ground ball out to short. Gabe Iverson has it. Flips over to first base. In time for the out. A 6-3 putout. And there's 1 away.
Yeah, you think we'd be paying better attention since we're doing this, but yeah, neither one of us were looking up at the moment. Everybody's hands go flying up.
Well, you're running the camera.
Sitting ducks, we are.
Running the camera, running the controls.
Hitting buttons.
I'm keeping book with a pencil for some reason. Here's a little lofting base hit into left field. First pitch swinging for Jays Horner.
For some reason. Well, because you have to correct a mistake. Is that your reason?
Yeah. Well, I just kind of old school. I
Yeah.
like to keep a book, and it also helps me to see where hitters hit.
Well, pencil makes sense when you
Yep.
gotta make changes.
Noah Germain is the batter. He grounded out in the first inning to lead off the game. Detroit Lakes did come up with 1 run in that top of the first inning. And here's a pitch in there for a strike. 30 pitches thrown for Max Bernier. Runner on first, 1 out, top of the second inning. Throw over to first base in time. Not in time. Horner is back safely. Max Bernier looks on, gets a sign from his brother, Sam Bernier. And the pitch, off speed, swing and a miss. Throw down to second base. It won't be in time. It's towards the right field line. Jackson Schliemann, in fact, didn't really move too far away from his second base position, had to stop and make the catch as the throw was a good 20 feet to the right to second base. So Horner steals second base. 0-2 the count, and the pitch off speed, misses away, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dylan Barker on deck. Runner on second, 1 down, 2-1 lead for the Vikings. Bernier trying to preserve that lead. Detroit Lakes trying to battle back. There's a little grounder up the first base line. Bernier's going to field it, flip over to first base in time for the out. Those plays are often difficult because the first baseman doesn't know if the pitcher's going to get it. The pitcher doesn't know if the first baseman's going to get it. But Max took control, grabbed it, flipped it over to Fisher Johnson, wisely covering first base. And it's a 1-3 putout for the second out of the inning. Horner does move up to third base. 2 down. And Dylan Barker, the batter, he walked his first time up and scored a run. Fastball misses. 1 ball and no strikes. Barker scored on an RBI single by the opposing pitcher, Wesley Berg. And the pitch.
Hang around there, 7.
Pitch misses. 2 balls and no strikes. And here's a 2-0 set by Bernier. And the pitch. Swing and a grounder over towards third. Tyler Grenwald is going to have it eat him up a little bit. And it skips into left field. Dylan Barker reaches on the air. And it's a tie ball game as Jays Horner comes across to score. And it's a 2-2 ball game. And that'll bring up Holden Riding. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. Swing and a miss at an off-speed pitch. Riding way out in front. Riding was hit with the pitch, but he was stranded at third eventually. That was in the first inning. And here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. The runner was going. It's going to skip away from Bernier, but it's a stolen base for Barker as he was running on the pitch. It was a swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes to the batter. Holden Riding. And here's the 0-2 delivery. Outside, 1-2. Here's a 1-2 set by Bernier. Glances back towards second base. Rocks and fires. Off-speed pitch in there for a strike. Called strike 3. 3 strikeouts now for Max. Does give up a run. On 1 hit, there was 1 runner stranded. There was an error as well. We got a tie ball game. After 1.5, we head to the bottom of the second inning. Score tied at 2 on yourliveevent.com.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and RJBroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile Project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kindred Varsity Field. Detroit Lakes in town for this doubleheader this evening.
The tall right-handed pitcher Wesley Berg will face the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. It'll be Gabe Iverson, Tyler Grunwald, and Brady Baumgarten. In the bottom of the second inning, we got ourselves a tie ball game. It's 2-2, swinging a hard ground ball out to short, and it kind of gets booted by Barker, the shortstop, and Iverson, first pitch swinging, hit it hard, but right at the shortstop, and he'll reach on the air by the shortstop. Tyler Grunwald steps to the plate. First plate appearance of the evening. Runner on first with nobody out. Wesley Berg threw 30 pitches in the first inning. Here's a pitch. In there for a strike to Tyler Grunwald. Tyler showed bunt on that play. Got the infielders moving around a little bit. 1 run in the first, 1 run in the second for Detroit Lakes. Kindred Vikings scored there 2 in the bottom of the first inning. Just getting underway in the bottom of the second. Here's a bunt laid down, throw over to first base in time. And nobody covering third base, and Iverson is going to just kind of trot over to third base. Beautifully executed sacrifice bunt by Tyler Grunwald. And the third baseman, Ducharme, charged. And nobody was covering third base, so Iverson alertly scampered over to third base. And there's a runner on third base with just the 1 out. Sacrifice bunt. It's a 1-3 put out for the first out. In right field, or in left field, I should say, is Emmett Hudson coming in for Weston White. I'm not really sure why.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But we got a new left fielder for Detroit Lakes, Emmett Hudson, out in left field. And Brady Baumgarten steps to the plate. Berg throws out of the full windup. Here's a little ground ball out to short. This will get the run home. Barker has another chance. He fires over to first base, and Riding is there for the out. And it's a 6-3 put out for the second out of the inning, an RBI for Brady Baumgarten. And the Kindred Vikings take the lead back. It's 3-2. RBI ground out for Brady Baumgarten. Scores Gabe Iverson. That'll be an unearned run charge against Berg. First pitch to Jackson Schliemann. Misses for a ball. And here's a pitch. Swing and a miss. Berg's only thrown 6 pitches this inning, but there's been a lot of action on those 6 pitches. We had an error. We had a sac bunt. Here's a pop-up behind third base. Ducharme goes out, and he can't find it. Falls in there for a base hit for Jackson Schliemann. Nobody made an error. Kind of popped up, kind of in no man's land. Back behind third base.
Tyler is out in the bullpen, playing catch with Sam.
Bloop single for Jackson Schliemann. Carter Grunwald steps to the plate. Carter in the first inning had an RBI single. Later came around to score. Schliemann is off on the pitch. Throw down to second base. Not in time. A stolen base for Jackson Schliemann. The pitch was a ball to Carter Grunwald. 3 hits now for the Vikings after the single by Jackson. Runner in scoring position with the 2 outs. Here's a pitch, swing and a foul by Carter Grunwald. Jeremy Knight awaits on deck. And here's a set by Berg, and the pitch in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 40 pitches thrown by the righty, Wesley Berg. And here's a 1-2 set, and the pitch, swing and a miss. He got him on strikes. And that'll end the second inning. Vikings do come up with an unearned run, and they take a lead by a score of 3-2. We head to the top of the third inning on yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Welcome back, everybody. Detroit Lakes in town this evening for this double header. And we have a senior night going on between the games. Being a parent of a senior, I forgot all about that. Whoops, my bad. But not too much to do, but just some recognition, I think, for 4 seniors, actually. I should have mentioned earlier, Sawyer, who has is always part of the team, number 3. He just out with an injury.
Right, and the rest of the seniors, Max Bernier, Gabe Iverson, and Carson Getty.
Yeah.
Mentioned them earlier in the ball game. We got some defensive changes. Tyler Grunwald is going to move from third base to the pitcher's mound. Max Bernier is done pitching for the day. He moves over to first base. And Fisher Johnson was at first base. He moves back over to third. So for Max, he goes 2 innings, allows 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, walked 1, struck out 3. So he's done for the day after throwing, I think, 40 pitches or so. Here's a pitch by Tyler Grunwald, down low for a ball. Ball 1. So Tyler Grunwald in to pitch, and the pitch is down low. 2 balls and no strikes.
Hey, 5, you're all right, kid. Here we go.
And here's a 2-0 pitch, down low and outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Max walked 1 batter. He did hit another batter. And here's a pitch from Grunwald in there for a strike. The batter, by the way, is a pitcher, Wesley Berg. He got the scoring started for Detroit Lakes with that RBI single in the top of the first. So he's 1 for 1 with a single. It'll be Emmett Hudson to bat now after Wesley Berg draws a walk. And we're going to have a courtesy runner once again. I believe that'll be that can't be number 20, Hudson Berg. Oh, yes, it is.
20.
Hudson Ludberg. he comes in. Emmett Hudson came into left field as a defensive replacement last inning for Weston White, so he's going to bat. Weston White was 1 for 1 with the single. He tries to bunt, and he fouls it back out of play, strike one. So Emmett Hudson, where's number 9, left-handed hitter, tried to get the bunt down. He tries to do it again, but the pitch is way outside and past Bernier, and it'll be a wild pitch, sending Lundberg to second base. 1-1 the count. Number 5, Tyler Grunwald in to pitch. Here's a pitch, swing and a bunt. He gets it down. Bernier charges, throws down to first base. In time, covering is Jackson Schliemann, so it'll be a 2-4 putout on the sacrifice bunt.
And their bullpen has some action. I think number 6. He turned around briefly, and I saw the number.
Catcher Sam Bernier threw him out at second base, or at first base, I should say. Second baseman Jackson Schliemann covered as Max was charging at first. 1 out, runner on third. Here's a pitch in there for a strike to Max Ducharme. Tyler chooses to throw out of the full windup with the runner on third base. Here's the pitch. Down low, blocked by Bernier. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's a 1-1 set, and the pitch from Grunwald. Blocked again by Bernier on a breaking ball. 2 balls and a strike. So a walk, a wild pitch, and the sacrifice bunt gets Lundberg over to third base. 2-1 pitch is in there for a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes a count. Top of the third inning. 2 runs, 3 hits, and an error for Detroit Lakes. Here's a pitch from Grunwald, misses. 3 runs, 3 hits, and 1 error for the Kindred Vikings. Detroit Lakes post 15 out of Minnesota. Here's the 3-2 pitch, fastball, down low, he walked him. Eli Hatch steps to the plate. He struck out to end the first inning. Runners at first and third. We'll see what kind of games are played here with runners at first and third and less than 2 outs. Do they try the delayed steal, straight steal? Nothing. Batter shows bunt, takes a strike. Tyler Grunwald on in relief. And here's the 0-1 pitch. Runner goes. Throw down to second base. Is not in time. Good strong throw from Bernier, but a bit high. Iverson had to leap a little bit to catch it. Tried to apply the tag, but a little late. A stolen base for Max Ducharme. Runners at second and third. 1-1 the count to the right-handed hitter, Eli Hatch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Vikings trying to preserve that 1-run lead. Detroit Lakes trying to get an outfield base hit to take the lead. Bryson Shipman waits on deck. Here's a 2-2 pitch, fastball, swing and a foul, chopped up the third baseline. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a 2-2 set by Grunwald. Fastball, grounded, foul again. Pass the third base coach, and some arms in the bullpen down there, and the guard that prevents the foul balls from hitting the pitcher and the catcher down there. He fielded the ground ball and just walked it in. Here's a pitch, breaking ball, misses away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here's the pitch. Fastball, swinging a foul again. We'll do it again at 3-2. And here's the 3-2 set and the pitch. Fastball, high fly ball into center field. Brady Baumgarten camps underneath it. This should score a run. Brady catches it, throws to the plate, cut off by Bernier. Throw over to third base. They got him in a hot box. The run does score. The throw down to second base is in time. Nice job by the Kindred Vikings defense. It'll be an 8-3-5-4 putout. And that ends the inning. They do score a run. It's a sacrifice fly. It ties it at 3, and we'll take a break at a 3-3 tie heading into the bottom of the third on yourliveevent.com. So
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kindred Varsity Field. Detroit Lakes in town. We are in the bottom of the third, just starting off.
Kindred Vikings will send the 5, 6, and 7 hitters. A sacrifice fly by Eli Hatch ties a ball game at 3 apiece. The runner from second base, Max Ducharme, was caught tagging up. It was an 8-3-5-4 putout. Brady Baumgarten to Max Bernier to Fisher Johnson to Jackson Schleeman. And the batter, Jeremy Knight, walked his first time up, has a 2-1 count. So that ended the inning and then tied the ball game as well. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count to the left-handed hitting Jeremy Knight. Tie ball game, bottom of the third, 3 apiece. So for Detroit Lakes and Kindred, it's 3 runs, 3 hits, and 1 error. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch. Fastball missed way outside, and Jeremy Knight draws the second walk of the ball game. That'll bring up Max Bernier. Had an RBI single his first time up. His courtesy runner, Graham Hess, stole second base and was stranded there. At the time, that gave the Vikings a 2-1 lead. So runner on first, nobody out, and Jeremy Knight was picked off. Got caught leaning, and it's a 1-3 pickoff for the first out of the inning. So a leadoff walk is erased after Jeremy Knight is picked off. And here's a pitch to Bernier. Swinging a ground ball on the left side. Fielded by the shortstop Barker. He's not going to have a play. Bernier hustling down the line. It's a ground ball in between the third and shortstop hole. And it's an infield single for Bernier, his second hit. Runner at first with one out. Carson Getty steps up. He's 0 for 1. He struck out in the first inning. Throw over to first base again. Catches Bernier right in the rib cage. Bernier didn't like that. Got him right in the ribs. He won't be able to advance to second base. Timeout is called. Out on the field.
Said it caught him just on the right side on his ribs, just slightly. He's all right, though.
Yeah. It hurts. Not much you can do about it.
I didn't see him rub it, though.
Yeah. Caught a little smile from him a little bit.
I don't know that I'd be smiling. I don't think I'd ever get up again, but okay.
And here's a pitch. Fastball in there for a strike to Carson Getty. Fisher Johnson awaits on deck. And here's a pitch way outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. One and one the count. And here's a pitch. Fastball outside. 2 balls and a strike. Tie ball game, bottom of the third inning. Wesley Berg, the tall right-hander on the mound for Detroit Lakes. And the pitch misses. 3 balls and a strike. Max on first base. Started the game at pitcher, now playing first base. So no courtesy runner this to go around. Here's the 3-1. Another throw over to first base. This one is caught. Well, sort of caught by the first baseman. Holden riding. Knocked that one down. Doing no damage to Bernier this time. And here's the 3-1. Swinging a line drive. Base hit up the middle for Fisher Johnson. And it gets by the center fielder and into deep center field. Bernier being waved around. Actually, he'll be held up there at second base. I think I said Fisher hit that ball. That was Carson Getty. Base hit into center field. And the runners advance on the air by the center fielder. So a single for Getty. Bernier advances a third. And Getty to second on the air in center field by Eli Hatch. Second error for Detroit Lakes. 5 hits now for the Vikings. Now Fisher Johnson steps to the plate. Infield playing in. Here's a pitch to Johnson in there for a strike. Fisher grounded out to second his first time up. Infield playing in, trying to prevent that go-ahead run from scoring. And here's a pitch. Breaking ball. Nice stop by the catcher, Noah Germain. His pitch misses down in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Not sure I'd really want to be playing in with Fisher Johnson at the plate. Fisher hits the ball hard.
Yeah.
Especially up the middle. You know, as a shortstop second base, Fisher has a tendency to hit the ball very hard the other way. Takes this pitch for a ball. Two and one the count. Berg throwing out of the full windup with runners at second and third. And the pitch. Swinging a ground ball. Fielded by the second baseman Horner. He's going to come home, but it throws wild. Bernier's going to score. Here comes Getty. He's also going to score. It'll be a fielder's choice for Fisher Johnson. He does get an RBI as Bernier and Getty come across the score on the air. So a fielder's choice and then a throwing error by the second baseman Horner. So Bernier scores, Getty scores, and I'm repeating all of this because I have to write it down in my scorebook.
No, that's okay. It's helpful to me too. Make sure I got all the right buttons hit. So we are now 5-3. Fisher's on first because Max and Carson scored, and there's still just one out. We got it. All of our I's are dotted and T's are crossed, so to speak.
We think.
Well, yeah, for the moment. We're good for the moment, you know.
That'll bring up Gabe Iverson. He reached on an error in the second inning, came around to score. At the time, it tied it up at 2 apiece. Right now, it's a 5-3 ball game. Fisher Johnson remained at first base. Here's a pitch. There's a ground ball out to short. Barker has it. Flips to second for one, and he drops it on the transfer. He is out at second base. He dropped it on the transfer, so it'll be a fielder's choice for Iverson. Reaches first base. Fisher is out on the play on the 6-4 putout. Second out of the inning is recorded. And that'll bring up Tyler Grunwald. Tyler laid down a beautiful bunt in the second inning, moved the runners up. In fact, it moved Gabe Iverson all the way to third from first. Takes the first pitch strike. Brady Baumgarten and the top of the order await on deck. And here's the 0-1 set, and the pitch off speed misses away. This inning started with a leadoff walk, but Jeremy Knight was erased on the pickoff. Then an infield single by Bernier. Getty bounced a single into center field. An error on center fielder moved the runners up to second and third. Infield was in. Fisher Johnson hit into a fielder's choice. As Grunwald takes a ball, throw down to first base is not in time. Fisher Johnson gets an RBI ground out, fielder's choice, and then the runners move up in the air. Bernier scored, Getty scored. Now Gabe Iverson with the fielder's choice, and now Tyler Grunwald batting, and the throw skips over to pass a dugout. A lot of throws over to first base. The one time it was caught was Jeremy Knight's pickoff. The other one hit Max Bernier. The other kind of skipped around the infield. Keeping the runners close over at first. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Iverson is stealing second base, and he's going to be in there safely with a stolen base.
He kind of came up a little bit short and did a little swimmer's hop to the bag, but made it there in plenty of time.
Stolen base for Gabe Iverson. The count is 3-1 to the right-handed hitter Tyler Grunwald. Here's a pitch, swinging a grounder over towards third. Ducharme has it, fires over to first base in time for the out. It's a 5-3 putout. For the third out of the inning, Kindred Vikings do come up with a couple of runs on a couple of hits. There were 2 errors and 1 runner left aboard. We head to the top of the fourth inning. By a score of 5-3, do the Kindred Vikings lead it over Detroit Lakes. They're coming to bat. Detroit Lakes is in the top of the fourth inning on yourliveevent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kindred Varsity Field, where Detroit Lakes is in town. We are in the top of the fourth. This game 1 of 2 tonight.
Detroit Lakes will send up the 8, 9, and 1 hitters again. It'll be Bryson Shipman, Jays Horner, and Noah Germain in the top of the order, facing Tyler Grunwald in his second inning of work.
Number 35, right fielder, Bryson Shipman.
Grunwald on the mound. And here's a pitch. Fastball swinging a high fly ball into left center field. Carson Getty scampers over, makes a catch. One pitch, one out.
Down in left center for out number 1, brings up number 1.
Two in a row set down by Tyler Grunwald.
I tried to zoom into that one because our outfielders are on it all the time and they never get zoomed in on, and so I was trying to give you a better look. I don't know how it worked out, but I tried.
That'll bring up Jays Horner. He singled in the second inning, came around to score. Takes a pitch for a ball. Tyler Grunwald in relief. This will be pitch number 26 for him. Here's a little pop-up behind short. Tough play. Gabe Iverson goes out. It's going to fall into no man's land. Nothing anybody could have done there. Just kind of a bloop single. Falls in there for his Horner's second hit of the ball game.
Brings up top of the order, number 32, catcher, Noah Germain.
Noah Germain steps to the plate. He's 0 for 2. He grounded out to short, grounded out to the pitcher. And here's a pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. Oh, 0-1 the count. And the pitch off speed. Misses up. 1 ball and 1 strike. We're in the top of the 4th inning on YourLiveEvent.com. I'm Mike Bernier along with Wendy Bernier.
Good evening.
5-3 ball game. There's a bunt. Grunwald has it. Fires over to first base in time for the out. Another sacrifice bunt for Detroit Lakes. This one is a 1-3 put out for the second out. Horner up to second base. Dylan Barker will step to the plate. He walked and scored a run in the first, reached on an error in the second inning, stole a base, but was stranded at second. Vikings lead it 5-3, top of the 4th. Here's the pitch. Misses for a ball. 30 pitches thrown by Tyler Grunwald now. Here's the set and the pitch in there for a strike. One and one the count. Here's a pitch from Grunwald. Breaking ball, misses away. 2 balls and a strike. And the pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss. 2-2 the count. Tyler Grunwald trying to work his way through this one. Here's a breaking ball, misses upstairs. Tyler comes into the game with 16.2 innings pitched. Has a 1-0 record. Here's a pitch, missed upstairs, he walked him. Runners at first and second. First base was open. Brings up Holden Riding, the first baseman. He was hit by a pitch and struck out. Tyler with a 4.62 earned run average. Here's a line drive, base hit into left field. Getty charges. There's going to be a play at the plate. Here's a throw. Here's a play. Bernier, did he get the tag? Yeah, he did. How about that throw from Carson Getty from the outfield? Solid single to left. Getty fields it, fires home. It was up the third base line a little bit. Bernier had to go get it.
He had to stretch quite a bit.
Dove for the tag, got the tag on him, and he's called out. It's a 7-2 putout. So it's a base hit, and Horner is thrown out of the plate by 7-2. That's the third out of the inning, and we're still tied at it's a 5-3 lead for the Kindred Vikings, and we head to the bottom of the fourth on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kindred Varsity Field.
Kindred Vikings coming to bat. They'll have the top of the order, Brady Baumgarten, Jackson Schliemann, and Carter Grunwald. For Detroit Lakes, 3 runs, 4 hits, 3 errors. For the Kindred Vikings, 5 runs on 5 hits and 1 error. Brady Baumgarten, the batter. Still facing the tall right-handed hitter, or pitcher, I should say, Wesley Berg. Here's the pitch, swinging a ground ball on the right side. Horner goes over, makes a play, throws over to first base in time for the out. 1 pitch, 1 out. It's a 4-3 put out. Baumgarten 0 for 2 now. Baumgarten was hit with the pitch, scored a run, grounded out. That scored a run. Now grounds out again. Now batting Jackson Schliemann. He struck out in the first inning and popped a single to left field in the second. He stole a base but was stranded at second base. He's been a solid hitter all season long. Here's a pitch. Misses down, 1 ball and no strikes. And here's a pitch from Berg, swinging and a foul. Back to the screen, 1 ball and 1 strike. 65 pitches thrown now by Berg. Here's a 1-1 pitch. That misses. 2 balls and a strike. Coach Josh Almaris coaching at third base. Dean Wixow coaching down the first baseline. Here's a 2-1 pitch, swinging a high pop fly into foul territory. There might be a play. And it's caught right at the base of the concrete. Nice play.
He kind of kept his tippy toes on that grass and just kind of fell forward before he stepped into the concrete. So he wanted to stay in the grass.
Not only did he catch the baseball, he can't go onto the concrete and make the play. So he tiptoed over there after he caught it onto the concrete. He also held onto his hat in his right hand as he was tiptoeing out.
Yeah, he just kind of stopped his toes short on the grass and just kind of leaned forward and then stepped after he got it all done.
So 2 down and brings up Carter Grunwald. Grunwald is 1 for 2, an RBI single and a run scored. That was in the first, and he struck out to end the second. Hitting the ball very hard of late. Swinging a high fly ball foul out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's a 1-1 pitch in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here's a 1-2 set. And the pitch. Called strike three. Kindred Vikings go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the fourth. We head to the top of the fifth. Vikings lead it by a score of 5-3 on yourliveevent.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Welcome back, everybody. We have Legion baseball going on this evening. Detroit Lakes in town, and this is game 1 of 2. So when this one wraps up, we'll take a little bit of break so they can work on the field and regroup, and the boys will get a little bite to eat. So come on back for game 2 after this one this evening.
It'll be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for Detroit Lakes facing Tyler Grunwald. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Wesley Berg, the batter, he singled. It was an RBI single back in the first. Walked, and his position scored a run. Pitch was a strike, a called strike. That I think Sam Bernier pointed down to the first base side to get an appeal, but it was a called strike anyway. Here's a pitch, misses up. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Berg is 1 for 1 with an RBI single and a walk. Emmett Hudson waits on deck. Fastball popped in the air. Into left field, Carson Getty goes back a little bit, camps underneath it, makes the catch, 1 away. So 2 outfield assists the last 2 innings. Outfield assists from Brady Baumgarten. In the 3rd inning on a sacrifice fly, they got the runner going from 2nd to 3rd. Then a base hit by Holden Riding. And the runner, Jays Horner, thrown out at the plate by Carson Getty out in left field. One down, Emmett Hudson, the batter. He had a sacrifice bunt his first time up. Came in as a defensive replacement for Weston White back in the 2nd inning. 1-1 the count to the left-handed hitter. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and 2 the count. Tyler Grunwald throws out of the full windup. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball. Misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a 2-2 set in the pitch. Fastball down. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Beautiful evening for baseball. Wind blowing out. Not a lot of wind, but what wind there is blowing out to center field.
It picked up just a tad bit because when we started there wasn't even that much. But yeah, we can show you the flag here in a little bit.
Swing and a miss by Hudson. He goes down on strikes. 2nd out of the inning. First strikeout for Tyler Grunwald. Came in relief in the top of the 3rd inning.
And if you're not watching the game here on yourliveevent.com, we'd love to invite you out for more baseball here at the park. Always a great time and good concessions and usually a pretty good game.
3 runs, 4 hits, 3 errors for Detroit Lakes. And for Kindred, 5 runs, 5 hits, and an error. Swing and a miss. Sam Bernier back there liked what he saw from Tyler Grunwald on the last couple of pitches, giving him the old head nod. Words of encouragement. This pitch misses away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the 1-2 swing and a miss. He got him on strikes. So 1-2-3 inning for Tyler Grunwald. Gets strikeouts number 1 and 2. And a 1-2-3 inning for the Kindred Vikings and Tyler Grunwald. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Kindred Vikings lead this one by a score of 5-3 on yourliveevent.com.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Welcome back, everybody, to Legion Baseball. We want to recap a little bit of what's coming up the rest of the week for Legion A, Kindred Vikings. We're going to go back down to Wahpeton tomorrow morning to finish a game there that got postponed due to a rain delay last night. We'll finish that one. And then the Essentia Tournament. We are one of the host sites for the Essentia Tournament. So the Kindred Vikings will play Thief River Falls on Friday, and then Fargo Post 2 Jets. And then play continues on Saturday against DGF. So come on out to the ballpark for the Essentia Tournament this weekend.
Here's a pitch in there for a strike to Jeremy Knight. Jeremy's walked a couple of times. No official at-bat. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball down. 1 ball and 1 strike. Max Bernier waits on deck, and then followed by Carson Getty, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Here's the 1-1 set and the pitch. Fastball up, 2 balls and a strike. There was action in the bullpen. I didn't catch the number.
I thought it was 6 earlier. I thought so, but maybe not, but I thought so.
Yeah, it could have been. Weston White is number 6. Here's a pitch outside. But no action in the bullpen now. Wesley Berg taking the mound. He's thrown 75 pitches. Remember, they get a maximum of 105 in American Legion Baseball. Here's a 3-1 pitch in there for a strike. And here's a 3-2 pitch. Fastball popped in the air, foul. Down the third baseline.
About where I parked. Just about where I parked.
That went directly over the garbage can, but
I figured I'm next to Mr. Iverson's car too, so you know, one of us might be in the path, but I thought I'd risk it tonight. We'll see how that pans out for me.
Swing and a miss by Knight. And there's 1 down. 7 batters set down in a row. Out number 1, and that brings up Max Bernier. Max had an RBI single in the first and a single in the third and a run scored. Swing and a foul chopped at the plate. No balls and a strike. Carson Getty's on deck. And here's the 0-1 set. And here's a pitch, swing and a miss by Bernier. No balls and 2 strikes.
And there is some action now. 6 is in the bullpen now. Back out there.
Okay. And here's the 0-2 set, and here's a pitch, swing and a foul. Swing and a miss, actually, and it gets away from the catcher. Throw down to first base is not in time. So Bernier strikes out, but reaches first base on, I'm going to call that a pass ball. I thought he fouled it off just because of the way the ball scooted past the catcher, but he clearly did not foul it off, and Max knew it. He started sprinting down to first base right away. So it's a strikeout, but no out recorded. I called it a pass ball, and we're going to have a pitching visit out to the mound. So the Kindred Vikings leading this one by a score of 5-3. Wendy mentioned earlier that tomorrow morning we're headed down, the American Legion A baseball team headed down to Wahpeton to finish off that ball game. We got through 2 innings. Kindred Vikings were leading by a score of 4-0, and we'll resume that game where we left off.
Yeah, it was some ominous clouds, and then a little bit of lightning, a little bit of thunder, a few drops, and by the time we were driving home, it was a big downpour. So we'll go back and finish that one. So if you really like baseball, follow us down to Wahpeton. And then the Ascension Tournament, Kindred is a host site, 1 of 4 for that Ascension Tournament. So we'll have some teams, and the grounds crew's been getting the place all prepped for that. They put up a picture board. We'll see if we can put some pictures up on there, and the flowers. I know Grandma Bernier was out trimming the flowers. She arrived early, and the garden and green thumb that she has, she was fixing up the flower pots.
Here's a pitch inside to Carson Getty.
And the concession stand, that's always a good one too. And we should thank Icewind. If you like pizza, Icewind has their pizza out here. Always a good treat.
Berg remains in the ball game. He'll throw over to first base. Bernier's back in time.
Ooh, barely by his fingertips.
At least the baseball didn't catch him in the ribs this time.
No, he is in action.
And here's a pitch, swing and a grounder, foul up the first base line. Getty is 1 for 2. He struck out in the first, had a hard hit single into center field in the third, came around to score.
And usually Coach Eggman is over here at first base helping the boys. Tonight it is Dean Wixow, Coach Wixow helping out. Babe Ruth went up to Northern Cass. I got a few pictures of them as they were heading out, so we wish them the best of the luck doing their game up at Northern Cass this evening. I can check in and see how they're doing here in a little bit.
Here's a 1-1 set. And Berg steps off. That Babe Ruth team coming back here tomorrow night.
Yes.
To face Castleton. We'll carry that game on yourliveevent.com.
It looks like.
Another throw over to first base. Bernier's back.
It looks like Kindred Babe Ruth is currently winning 11-2 in the bottom of the third up in Northern Cass this evening. But yes, then they do play the Castleton Blackstockings tomorrow, 5:30 and a 7:30, and we will have that game on yourliveevent.com as well, but invite you out to watch in person.
That's a makeup for a rain out that they had earlier in the year. Here's a swing and a grounder up the third base line. Ducharme charges. He's not going to have a play, and nobody's covering third, and Bernier alertly scampers over to third base. Now they got Getty picked off. Getty made a move towards second base and had to sprint back. You can overrun first base, but if you make any sort of move, any sort of flinch or anything towards second base, you have to get back to the base safely. And Carson Getty does that. It'll be an infield single for Getty. No chance for Ducharme to throw him out. The third baseman, Ducharme, charged and fielded the ball. Bernier rounded second, saw that nobody was on third base and ran over there, and that'll be it for Wesley Berg. So we're going to have a pitcher's change, and we'll tell you all about it when we come back on yourliveevent.com.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Welcome back, everybody.
Left-hander Weston White on to pitch for Detroit Lakes. The pitcher, Wesley Burr, goes out to left field. And Weston White started in left field. Emmett Hudson came in to replace him, had a couple at-bats. So Weston White re-enters the game back in the 5-hole. Weston White, and he's on to pitch. Left-handed batter or pitcher. Has runners at first and third with 1 out and a 1-1 count. Now to the batter, Fisher Johnson. Fisher's 0 for 2 with a run batted in. Takes a fastball up high, 2 balls and a strike. With the infield in, Fisher hit a ground ball out to second base. Horner, the second baseman, came home with it, but the throw was high. Bernier was safe, and the throw was high, and it reached towards the third base dugout, and Getty was allowed to score as well. Here's a pitch in the dirt, gets away from the catcher. Bernier's going to come across the score. And it's a 6-3 ball game for the Kindred Vikings. Bernier scores on the wild pitch. Getty moves up to second base on that same pitch. And it's a 3-1 count to Fisher Johnson. And here's a 3-1 set and the pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Three and 2 the count, and the pitch. Swing and a miss by Fisher Johnson. He goes down on strikes. For Berg, he started the ball game with 4 innings, 7 hits allowed, 6 runs, 4 earned, walked 2 and struck out 5. Here's a pitch, swing and a miss. Gabe Iverson, the batter. He's 0 for 2. He reached on an error, scored a run. Reached on a fielder's choice in the third, stole a base, but stranded at second base. And here's a pitch from Weston White. Fastball inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. And here's a pitch. It misses upstairs. 2 balls and a strike. 6-3 lead for the Kindred Vikings. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. And here's a pitch from White. Runner goes, swing and a miss, throw down to third. Not in time. It's going to skip into left field. Getty won't be able to advance. The throw just didn't go that far away from the infielders. But he does steal third base. Two and 2 the count to Gabe Iverson. And here's a pitch from Weston White. Check swing. He did go around, they say. So Iverson strikes out for the third out of the inning. And at the end of 5, we head to the top of the 6th inning. Kindred Vikings lead it by a score of 6-3 on yourliveevent.com.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Welcome back, everybody.
We head to the top of the 6th inning. Tyler Grunwald on the mound for the Kindred Vikings. He'll face the 7-8-9 hitters for Detroit Lakes, post 15 out of Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Eli Hatch, Bryson Shipman, and Jays Horner will be the 7-8-9 hitters. First is Eli Hatch. He struck out in the first inning and had a sacrifice fly in the third inning, so 0 for 1 with a run batted in. And Wendy's getting some text messages. We are broadcasting and playing a 5-inning game against Detroit Lakes after this one. Pitch is up high, ball 1. Game changer, just does not have the game entered in there correctly yet, but we'll do that between games and get it entered. Here's a high pop fly into foul territory. Fisher Johnson gives chase, and he runs back and makes a nice running catch. And Carson Getty and Fisher Johnson kind of crack into each other, but I think they're okay. It was kind of a slow speed collision.
Yeah, Carson kind of held it up and just didn't plow full force into him, so that was good.
Yeah, he kind of held up late, but what a jump by Carson Getty. He shouldn't have gotten anywhere near that ball, but he did.
Got a little jump.
It's a foul pop-up. Fisher Johnson caught it for out number 1. First pitch to Bryson Shipman is a ball. Both pretty decent-sized gentlemen out there cracking into each other. Here's a swing and a foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Fisher plays football. Carson lifts a lot of weights. Here's a 1-1 pitch in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. But again, they both kind of let up, and it wasn't a full speed collision, so both fielders are okay. Speaking of injuries, Eli Mack was the starting pitcher in game 1 against Wahpeton yesterday and suffered what appeared to be some sort of an arm injury, so we don't know what the verdict is out on that, but he's not playing in today's ball game. Called strike. 3 balls and 2 strikes, so unfortunately.
Yeah, he didn't quite think that was. He was ready to throw down his bat and head down to first, but here we go.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss. He got him on strikes. 3 strikeouts now for Tyler Grunwald. 5 in a row set down by Tyler Grunwald, and that'll bring up Jays Horner. Jays has 2 singles. Singled in the second, singled in the third. Scored a run in the second. He was thrown out on a beautiful play by Carson Getty. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Horner was on second base. A base hit to the outfield by Holden Riding. And they waved him home. Carson Getty came up throwing, threw a strike to home plate. Up the third base line a little bit. Sam Bernier had to go get the ball and make a diving tag of Horner coming in. He was out at the plate. When you get outfield assists, you help out your pitcher immensely. We got 2 tonight. Carson Getty threw one out, and Brady Baumgarten threw one out as well. Here's a pitch, misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a 2-2 pitch, fastball. Called strike 3, and it gets away from Bernier. He gets it, throws it down to first base to his brother, Max Bernier, to record the out. It's another strikeout for Tyler Grunwald. He's set down the last 6 batters he's faced, including 4 strikeouts, and we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Kindred Vikings lead this one by a score of 6-3 on yourliveevent.com.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Welcome back, everybody, to Legion Baseball here in Kindred. Detroit Lakes in town for this evening. This is game 1 of a doubleheader, so stick around after this one. We'll take a short intermission, get reset, and bring you game 2 this evening.
Kindred Vikings will send the 9 1 and 2 hitters up. Gets a left-handed pitcher, number 6, Weston White. He came on in relief last inning. He'll face Tyler Grunwald, Brady Baumgarten, and Jackson Schliemann. Tyler Grunwald is 0 for 1. He had a nice sacrifice bunt back in the 2nd inning and grounded out to 3rd to end the 3rd. Tyler's a pitcher of record. He came in relief for Max Bernier. That was in the top of the 3rd. And Tyler's thrown 4 innings, allowed only the 2 hits, only 1 earned run, walked 3, struck out 4. First pitch to him is a strike from Weston White. Weston White ended up striking out the side in the 5th inning. And here's a pitch. Swing and a foul, chopped into the dirt. No balls and 2 strikes. 3 runs, 4 hits, 3 errors for Detroit Lakes. 6 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error for Kindred. And here's a pitch. Fastball. Misses. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here's the 1-2 delivery. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. Weston White throws out the full windup. Throws this one down low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Thank you to our sponsors for letting us bring you American Legion Baseball on yourliveevent.com. A lot of fun. Here's a 3-2 set and the pitch. Fastball fouled away.
We should also mention we talked about the Legion plays in the Essentia tournament this weekend, but Kindred is also hosting the District 7 Babe Ruth tournament. That's going to be a great time, but they are looking for help for gate ticket takers.
The line drive single to left field for Tyler Grunwald, a leadoff single.
So that they'll need some ticket takers at the gates and help with the concession stand. A lot of shifts, and families that help out get into the tournament for free, and some good baseball on that too. So if you feel like coming out and helping out the Babe Ruth tournament, that happens on the 13th. you can find all that sign up on Kindred Youth Baseball Facebook page.
Here's a pitch from Weston White, and it's a delayed steal, and he's caught. The ball skips into center field, but Grunwald is going to have to stay at first base. He'll be satisfied there without being thrown out. It's kind of a delayed steal. They threw down to second base, but it skipped into center field. But either way, Grunwald is safe back at first base. The pitch was a ball to Brady Baumgarten. Brady's 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning, scored a run. Grounded out. That scored a run in the second inning. And he grounded out in the fourth. Shows bunt. Pitches down low. 2 balls and no strikes. Weston White, the lefty. Very hard to steal against. He has a good move. Keeps a runner close over at first base. And he throws over to first, and he's picked off. No, he's...
Oh. Well, yeah, the umpire says he's out because says that he dropped the ball after the whole thing happened.
Okay, well.
I don't think Coach Wixo quite agrees with that yet. But like you always say, the umpire's opinion's the only one that matters.
So Grunwald is picked off. I was just talking about his pickoff move. He has kind of a deceptive move, and lefties are harder to steal against anyway. So another pickoff for the Vikings, and there's 1 out. 2-0 the count to Brady Baumgarten. He takes a strike. Jackson Schliemann awaits on deck. Two and 1 the count. And the pitch. In there for a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll have our Enbridge player of the game after this contest. And here's a pitch. That one's down low. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, life takes energy. Enbridge, energy for life. Go to enbridge.com for career opportunities.
Bottom of the 6th inning. Kindred Vikings lead by a score of 6-3. And here's a pitch. Fastball down low. Brady draws a walk. So a 1 out walk. Brings up Jackson Schliemann. Jackson is 1 for 3. Struck out, singled, and popped out in foul territory. Nice play by the third baseman, Max Ducharme, over along the dugout. Made a nice play over there. And Brady Baumgarten gets a beautiful jump, and he's going to steal second base easily. Pitch was called a strike. Stolen base for Brady. Jackson Schliemann does have 4 doubles on the season. Came into the game hitting that .305. Sees that increase a few points, going 1 for 3. See if he can increase it a little bit more. Here's a pitch, thrown for a strike. Throw down to third base, not in time. Brady Baumgarten steals third base.
He's just zipping around the infield here.
Brady, a very aggressive base runner. Nice to see that spark at the top of the order. Count is 0-2 to Jackson Schliemann. And the pitch, swing and a ground ball up the middle. This will get the run home. The shortstop, Barker, throws over to first base, riding to record the out. It's a 6-3 putout. Give Jackson Schliemann a run batted in as Brady Baumgarten comes across the score to make the score 7-3 in favor of the Kindred Vikings.
Also, after the game, we will have the connection of the game from HTC. Discover local reliability you can trust. Halstead Telephone, it's how to connect. HalsteadTel.com.
Swinging a line drive foul down the first base line. A lot of foul territory down that first base line, so everybody's okay down there. Carter's 1 for 3, an RBI single and a run scored in the first. A couple of strikeouts following that. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I see a lot of folks down that first base foul line eating some ice cream this evening.
Here's a pitch, misses away. 2 balls and a strike to Carter Grunwald. Here's a 2-1 pitch. That one misses inside. 3 balls and 1 strike. 3 runs, 4 hits, 3 errors for Detroit Lakes. 7 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Kindred Vikings. Detroit Lakes post 15. Beautiful town, beautiful lake country out there. Beautiful ballpark out in Detroit Lakes as well. Pitch misses away. Carter Grunwald draws the walk. That'll bring up Jeremy Knight. He's walked twice and struck out. We got a timeout. The umpire's pointing to something down the line.
The foul ball is just kind of not quite to the Vikings bullpen, but just kind of out there in foul ball territory. So Graham's going to run out and take care of that.
I assume the players thought it was over the fence, but it was not.
Yeah, well, I think everybody did too, but I didn't see anybody flinch. But yeah, Graham's picking that one up and bringing it home.
You know, there's a timeout on the field. Carter Grunwald has something in his right eye. Trying to be able to see straight. If he steals second base, of the 3 bases he steals down there, he should steal the middle one. And he does not throw over there. Here's a swing and a miss by Jeremy Knight.
Should I insert the courtesy laugh for you?
Throwback to the Rocky movies. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Grunwald steals. Throw down to second base is not in time. Pitch was a called strike. Carter Grunwald steals second base. Max Bernier awaits on deck. Should Jeremy Knight reach? And here's a pitch. Off speed, grounded up the first base line. Riding has it, and he's not going to get to first base. No error on the play. It's going to be an infield single for Jeremy Knight. So an infield single for Jeremy Knight. And that'll bring up Max Bernier. Max is 2 for 3, an RBI single in the first, a single and a run scored in the third, and a strikeout and a run scored in the fifth. Takes a pitch for a ball. 7-3 lead for the Kindred Vikings. And here's a pitch. Fastball down low and in the dirt, blocked nicely by the catcher, Jermaine. It's a 2-0 count to Max Bernier. Looking to give them a little bit more of a cushion. Trying to get a win underneath their belts. Here's a pitch. Misses outside. 3 balls and no strikes. The count to Max Bernier. Coach Josh O'Maris giving no signs. He does have a take sign, but he very rarely gives that. Kind of trusts his hitters to decide if they're going to swing or not. This pitch misses, and Bernier draws a walk on 4 pitches, and that loads him up. That'll bring up Carson Getty. Carson is 2 for 3. He struck out in the first, singled and scored a run in the third, and singled in the 5th inning. Has a chance to break this one open a little bit. 7-3 ball game. Here's a pitch down low. One ball and no strikes. Left-handed pitcher, Weston White on the mound. Wears number 6. Throwing out of the full windup with the bases loaded. And the pitch, fastball up. Throw down to third is into left field, and that's going to score a run. Here comes Carter Grunwald to score. Jeremy Knight moves up to third base. Bernier up to second. So throwing error on the catcher. Scores a run to make it 8-3 in favor of the Kindred Vikings. And here's a pitch. Called strike. 2 balls and a strike to Carson Getty. And here's a 2-1 in the dirt. Blocked nicely by Jermaine. This might score a run. Here's a throw to the plate. In time for the out. And Jeremy Knight is gunned down at the plate by a nice play by Noah Germain, getting it to his pitcher, Weston White, who covers home wisely. And the outs are on the base pass. Kindred Vikings come up with a couple of runs. They score 2 in the bottom of the 6th, make it 8-3. We head to the top of the 7th inning on yourliveevent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
Welcome back, everybody, to Legion Baseball here in Kindred with Detroit Lakes in town.
Kindred Vikings lead this one by a score of 8-3. We head to the top of the 7th inning. Tyler Grunwald trying to finish this one out. He came on in relief after Max Bernier pitched the first 2 innings. Tyler Grunwald, 4 innings of work, 2 hits allowed, only the 1 earned run, walked 3, struck out 4. Including 4 of the last 6 batters he's faced. He's got the top of the order, Nord Germain, Dylan Barker, and Holden Riding. First pitch was a strike. Second pitch way up high, 1 ball and 1 strike. Noah Germain is 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice and had a sacrifice bunt in the 4th inning. Here's a 1-1 set, and the pitch, swinging a hard ground ball up the middle, knocked down by Iverson, throw over to first base in time. Nice job by Iverson, gets that out. Knocked it down, put him right out in front of him, picked it up, threw him out. 7 in a row set down by Tyler Grunwald. Dylan Barker, the batter. He's walked. Scored a run, reached on an error, and walked again. And here's a pitch, off speed, in there for a strike. And here's a pitch. This one misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. 8-3 lead for the Kindred Vikings. And here's a pitcher. There's a grounder right back to the pitcher. Tyler Grunwald has it, flips over to first base. Bernier's there, records the second out. And it's a 1-3 putout for the second out. 8 in a row set down by Tyler Grunwald. And here's a pitch. Off speed, misses up. 1 ball and no strikes. And here's a pitch. That one also misses. 2 balls and no strikes. 70 pitches thrown by Tyler Grunwald. That one's in there for a strike. 71 pitches thrown, 38 for strikes. Nice percentage from Tyler Grunwald. Here's a breaking ball. That one's in there for a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trying to close this one out and win game 1 of this doubleheader. Here's a fastball. Popped in the air, foul. It's going to be out of play. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. I think that one hit every single branch of that evergreen over there on the way down. Like Quiz says, it kind of plinkoed its way down. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And a whole herd of kids head for that one. They would take it back to a concession stand for a foul ball and get a treat. So competition's heavy for those foul balls.
And here's a pitch from Grunwald. Fastball popped in the air. Bernier might have a play on this one. He chases it, and it's out of play. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sam had to avoid the hitter, avoid the umpire, throw his mask, and try to find the baseball all at the same time. It looked like he was playing plinko, bouncing off of people, trying to get back to the baseball. Off speed is way high, and riding draws a walk. And that'll bring up left fielder Wesley Berg. Again, Wesley Berg started the ball game, pitched a pretty decent ball game through the 4 innings. Allowed 6 runs, only 4 earned. Walked 2, struck out 5, allowed 7 hits. He was a starting pitcher playing left field now. Having a decent day at the plate as well. An RBI single, a walk and a run scored, and a flyout. Here's a pitch from Grunwald. It's a fastball down low. Skips by Bernier. It'll be a wild pitch for Grunwald. Grunwald had set down 8 in a row until that walk to riding. And here's a pitch way up high. Bernier jumps up from his crouch position to stop that one. 2 balls and no strikes. Weston White awaits on deck. And here's a pitch. Fastball, high, pop fly, right side. Shallow right field. On comes Jeremy Knight, and he makes a catch, and that's a ball game. Kindred Vikings win this one by a score of 8-3. And they beat Detroit Lakes post 15 by a score of 8-3. 3 runs, 4 hits, 4 errors for Detroit Lakes. Kindred Vikings, 8 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error. And we'll be back to recap this one after this on yourliveevent.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
And welcome back to Kindred. Kindred Vikings win this one by a score of 8-3. We're going to carry the second game of this doubleheader. These are non-counter games. The Kindred Vikings win this one over Detroit Lakes by a score of 8-3 and improve their overall record to 12-11 on the season. Here's your recap. Kindred Vikings win this one. Tyler Grunwald comes on in relief, and he's going to be our player of the game, our Enbridge player of the game. Life takes energy. Enbridge, energy for life. Enbridge.com for career opportunities. Grunwald goes 5 innings, allows 2 hits, only 1 earned run, walked 4, struck out 4, and he's our Enbridge player of the game. Congratulations to Tyler Grunwald. He picks up the win for the Vikings on in relief and throws 5 innings of work. Our Precision Play of the Game by Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Agassiz Precision Ag in Hillsboro. Call 701-436-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. Our play of the game goes to Carson Getty out in left field. In the 4th inning, Horner on second base for Detroit Lakes. He's rounding third on his way to score on a single by Riding. Carson Getty came up throwing and threw a strike to the plate to Sam Bernier, who had to go up the line, make the catch, and go make a tag on the play to get the out. And that's our connection of the game. I'm sorry, our Precision Ag play of the game. And our connection of the game, our HTC Discover Local Reliability you can trust. Hallstead Telephone, it's how to connect. HallsteadTel.com. We're going to give that to Max Bernier. He went 2 for 3 with a walk, an RBI single, 2 runs scored, and he also assisted on a nice defensive play from outfield assist from Brady Baumgarten by cutting it off and catching the runner in between second and third base. So it's senior night, and we're getting this recorded a little bit out here. Senior night, Sawyer Hess, Max Bernier, Gabe Iverson, and Carson Getty, some of the parents, grandparents out in the field for senior night here in Kindred. We'll be back with our second game of this doubleheader on yourliveevent.com.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile Project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store. Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile Project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store. Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3.
Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Legion Baseball in Kindred, Devils Lake in town, and we are about to start Game 2 of the evening.
Kindred Vikings about to play a 5-inning affair against Detroit Lakes, post 15. I'll do the starting lineups for Detroit Lakes. Batting first and playing in left field this game will be Noah Germain. Batting second, the shortstop, Dylan Barker. Batting third and DHing is Holden Riding. Batting cleanup and playing at third base is Wesley Berg. Weston White bats fifth, plays in center field. Eli Hatch bats sixth and does the pitching. Jays Horner bats seventh and plays at second base. Batting eighth, the catcher, Corbin Crump. And batting ninth, Max Duchorme out in right field. And being DH for is the third baseman, Bryson Shipman. He's playing over at third base tonight. Gabe Iverson on the mound. Fellow senior Max Bernier behind the plate doing the catching. First two pitches from Gabe Iverson missed for balls. Over at first base, Graham Hess getting the start at first. Jackson Schliemann out at second base. Carter Grunwald at shortstop. Tyler Grunwald over at third. Out the outfield, Carson Getty. Brady Baumgarten out in center field. And Jeremy Knight gets a start out in right. Noah Germain batting with a 3-0 count. And the pitch from Iverson misses, a 4-pitch walk to start off the ball game. Kindred Vikings won the first one by a score of 8-3. I'm Mike Bernier along with Wendy Bernier, bringing you Kindred Vikings baseball, American Legion baseball on yourliveevent.com. Dylan Barker, the batter, the shortstop. Bats with a runner on first base. Nobody out. Here's a pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. Sam Bernier did the catching in the first game. Max Bernier starting this game at catcher. Graham Hess will do the catching duties tomorrow morning in Wahpeton. Here's a pitch. Throw down to second base. In time for the out. And Max Bernier guns out the runner stealing. Catcher to second baseman Jackson Schliemann covering. The pitch was a strike. 2-4 the put out. Second caught stealing on the season for Max Bernier. Here's a little foul ball right under the press box, right down below us.
The umpire's going to go over and get that one. It kind of dribbled over to behind first base, so the umpire grabbed that one and threw it back in.
It was a nice tag by Jackson Schliemann out at second base. He kind of snow-coned it and then tagged the runner on the helmet as he slid in, but it looked like he got him by plenty. 0-2 the count to Dylan Barker. Misses for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count to the shortstop, Dylan Barker. Gabe Iverson on the mound for Kindred. And the pitch off speed, misses down. For Gabe, this is start number 3, appearance number 6. He's thrown 8 2/3 innings on the year. He does have a win. He's 1-0 on the season. 3-2 the count. Iverson throws out of the stretch full time. And here's a pitch off speed. Called strike 3. And Barker goes down for the second out of the inning. Holden Riding will be the batter. He's a designated hitter. He played first base and did a nice job over at first base in that first game. He's a DH in this ball game. Post 15, Detroit Lakes. First pitch misses for a ball. And here's a pitch upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. Vikings have to run down to Wahpeton to finish that second game of that doubleheader that was postponed due to rain yesterday.
A lot of rain.
Vikings lost the first one by a score of 6-2. We're winning 4-0 when the rains came. Here's a 3-0 pitch. That one's in there for a strike.
And then the Essentia tournament. Kindred is a host site. There are 4 host sites, so we'll have baseball here all weekend.
There's a foul ball dribbled up the third base line.
And Kindred is also a host site for the District 7 Babe Ruth tournament coming up, and they still need some help for that. I'm sure they'd love to have you come out and experience concession stands. You know, especially when you have younger kids, it's a good time to meet parents of other baseball players and figure out where things are. So it gets a little easier by the time you're up here with your seniors, juniors, and seniors. Kind of know the lay of the land and know a little bit about the parents that are next to you too, and making it all work. So sign on up. You can find all that information on the Kindred Youth Baseball Facebook page.
Holden Riding draws a walk. Now Wesley Berg will be the batter. He takes ball 1. Wesley Berg playing at third base. And here's a pitch from Iverson. Down in the dirt, scooped up nicely by Bernier. Graham Hess getting the start at first base. Give his legs a rest because he'll, like I said, in the morning he's got to do some catching. Next pitch is over for a strike. 2 balls and a strike. And here's a 2-1 set. Fastball away. 3 balls and a strike.
When they do that, when they have a delay like that, do they have to start it just like they ended it? Is that one of the rules that they do in a rain delay?
Yep, same lineup, same players, same batting order. And this pitch gets away from Bernier. It's a walk, so it doesn't matter. Runners won't advance any further than they're allowed to on the walk.
Riding up the second. Now you got number 6, center fielder, Weston White.
The runners can advance. The ball is live after a walk, and if it gets away from the catcher, he gets second base automatically. The ball is live. If the runner chooses to try to advance to third base, he can do that, but Bernier got back to the ball in plenty of time. Here's a pitch, swinging a foul, strike 1.
This batter has a bright bat, pretty pink bat. You don't see that all the time. I like it.
No batter has put a ball in play against Gabe Iverson. There was a walk, a caught stealing, a strikeout, and then 2 walks. Here's the 0-1. Down low, gets away from Bernier momentarily, but the runner will not advance. Runners, I should say. 1-1 the count. 24 pitches thrown by Gabe Iverson. Again, making his third start of the season. And the pitch, swinging a high fly ball. Down the left field line, long run for Carson Getty, but he makes it look, I was just going to say he makes it look easy. He was there, but that's not an easy play either. That's a long, long run. Carson was playing towards left center field.
It'll be hard to see, too, because he got so far over there and he had to look back toward the sun, and it's hard to see.
Carson will tell you that he should have had that ball, but no error put up on the scoreboard. Here's a 1-2 pitch, off speed, called strike 3, and Gabe Iverson picks up his second strikeout, throws a scoreless first inning, aroused no hits, a couple of runners left on base. We head to the bottom of the first inning. We're tied at 0 on yourliveevent.com.
Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store. Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Welcome back to Legion Baseball in Kindred, where we have Detroit Lakes in town, and we've just begun Game 2 of the evening.
Kindred Vikings batting order looks like this. Brady Baumgarten leads off and plays center field. Jackson Schliemann at second base, bats second. Batting third, shortstop Carter Grunwald. Batting cleanup, playing in right field, Jeremy Knight. Batting fifth, the catcher, Max Bernier. Playing in left field and batting sixth, Carson Getty. Graham Hess bats seventh, plays at first base. Fisher Johnson, the designated hitter, bats eighth. And Tyler Grunwald plays over at third base, batting ninth. Brady Baumgarten to lead off. Got on base a couple of times, stole a couple of bases, scored a run in the first game, I believe. Yeah, scored a couple of runs. Leads the team now with, should be 16 runs scored. Here's a pitch. That one's outside. 2-0 with the count. The umpires switch spots, so John Ethan is behind home plate, and Kelly McNary out on the base paths, doing a great job. Both gentlemen, thank you for umpiring. Here's a foul ball chopped into the dirt. 2 balls and a strike.
Between games, we also did a thank you and honor and recognized our 4 seniors. Well, Sawyer's not here tonight. We believe he's off coaching and mentoring his 13U team. But the 3 seniors got honored between games.
Here's a high fly ball into right field. Ducharme has it, makes a catch, and there's one away. A fly ball out to right field for the first out of the inning. Starting pitcher for Detroit Lakes is Eli Hatch, getting the start. His battery mate is Corbin Crump, the catcher. So yeah, nice little senior ceremony.
Yep. They've helped coach and they've umpired and represented the community for 4 years. Had some good seasons and some good at-bats, and tonight marked their final non-tournament game at home. So congratulations to those boys and good luck to them as they venture off. And all 4 will be playing collegiate sports in some fashion as well. And we hope that they come back and support their Legion baseball community going forward.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, swinging a foul. Jackson Schliemann, the batter. Jackson came into tonight batting .305, went 1 for 4 in the first game. Had a single, had a stolen base, had a run batted in. 0-2 the count. Carter Grunwald awaits on deck. And here's a pitch, fastball up. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here's a 1-2 set. And here's a pitch. Swinging a ground ball over to first base. Shipman has it, takes it himself, and records the out. So 3 unassisted for the second out of the inning. And that'll bring up Carter Grunwald. Carter went 1 for 3 in the first game, had an RBI single. He walked, and he wound up scoring a couple of runs, added a stolen base, had a nice game. He was the DH playing shortstop in this ballgame. Here's a pitch, takes a strike. Jeremy Knight awaits on deck. And here's the 0-1 set by the right-hander Eli Hatch. That one's down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Just getting started in the second game. It's the bottom of the first inning, tied at 0. No runs or hits or errors for either team. Eli Hatch throws out of the stretch, full time, throws a fastball away. 2 balls and a strike. Here's a 2-1 set, and here's a delivery. Swinging a ground ball over to first base. Shipman has it again. He'll take it himself again. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Kindred Vikings in the bottom of the first. We head to the top of the second, tied at 0 on yourliveevent.com.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Welcome back, everybody, to Legion Baseball on yourliveevent.com.
Detroit Lakes will send their 6, 7, 8 hitters to bat against Gabe Iverson. It'll be Eli Hatch, Jays Horner, and Corbin Crump. Eli Hatch, the starting pitcher, threw a 1-2-3 first inning for Detroit Lakes, post 15, and he'll get the at-bat against senior Gabe Iverson. Gabe Iverson throws out of the stretch full time. First pitch, attempted to bunt for a single, but he fouls it off, strike 1. Oh, 1 the count. And here's a pitch, off speed, misses up high. This is the 6th batter for Detroit Lakes. This pitch is down, 2 balls and a strike. They have yet to put the ball in play. There was 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, and a caught stealing. No batter has put a ball in play as of yet. Here's a 2-1 set. And the pitch, swinging a high pop fly. Max Bernier gives chase. He's trying to find it, and he does and makes a catch. Not sure if you're able to catch it on camera.
I don't know how far I can lean out this window, but I think I got it.
Yeah, without dropping the camera out into the press.
No, I think I got it.
Into the dugout.
Everything's safe.
Max with a nice catch over there. Records a second out. And they still have yet to put a ball in play. In fair territory anyway. So 1 out. Jays Horner, the batter. Had a nice game in the first game. Couple of hits. Count rides along at 1-1. Kind of a tall, open stance, and then he takes a big old step. That pitch misses up. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, from the back of the batter's box to the front of it.
He watches this one sail up high. 3 balls and a strike. Swing and a miss. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 0-0 game, top of the second inning. And here's the 3-2 he walking. 4 walks issued by Gabe Iverson. Corbin Crump steps to the plate, getting his first plate appearance in tonight's ball games. Getting a start at catcher. This will be pitch number 37 for Gabe. That one misses outside, I believe. 1 ball and no strikes. Beautiful night for baseball. Field looks immaculate. Here's a 1-0 set and the pitch. That one misses inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Paul Quislen doing the PA announcements. Here's a pitch in the dirt. It's going to be a wild pitch as Horner will move up to second base. Dan Nathan running the scoreboard. Eric Iverson running the music. And he's pulling double duty, running game changer as well. Keeping all the stats and keeping us all up to date.
We also have another guest, our in-house park gardener, in-house up here. I heard she pruned the flowers. Got all the flower pots looking all nice and neat ahead of the Ascension tournament this weekend. Things are looking pretty out there.
Talking about my mother-in-law, Judy Doyle.
Grandma
Doyle. Grandma Judy.
Grandma Judy up here.
And here's a 3-2 pitch, swinging a high fly ball into center field. Back goes Brady Baumgarten. He's got a beat on it. He makes a catch. They are going to tag up. There will be a play. Throw down to third base. It's going to skip into the dugout, and it's going to score a run. So Carter Grunwald cut it off, but it's going to be a throwing error. So Horner advances a third on the flyout and then scores on the throwing error by Grunwald. So it'll be E6, and Detroit Lakes takes a 1-0 lead. So no sacrifice fly, no run batted in for Crump. It's just a fly out to center field. Horner advances, tagging up from second to third, and is allowed to score on the throwing error. Fastball inside to Max Ducharme, the right fielder. 2-0 the count. That pitch is over for a strike. So 1 run for Detroit Lakes, 0 for Kindred. Top of the second. Here's a ground ball up to short. Carter has it. Fires over to first base in time for the out. It's a 6-3 putout. And Detroit Lakes comes up with a run in the top of the second inning. We head to the bottom of the second inning. Kindred Vikings coming to bat on yourliveevent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
Welcome back to Legion Baseball at Kindred Varsity Field.
Vikings will send their 4, 5, and 6 hitters to bat against a right-hander, Eli Hatch. Jeremy Knight, Max Bernier, and Carson Getty. Jeremy Knight playing in right field tonight. Went 1 for 2, I believe, in the first game. Let me take a peek here. Yeah, 1 for 2 with a single, a couple of walks. Jeremy came in tonight with 9 runs driven in. Jeremy's got a lot of power from the left side of the plate. Hit some home runs for B Legion last year. Tremendous power. He's got a lot of power the other way, too. He's kind of got a swing very similar to, if anybody remembers, Justin Morneau for the Minnesota Twins. I think his swing reminds me a lot of Justin Morneau's swing. Swing and a miss, strike 1. And here's the 0-1. Fastball fouled away. No balls and 2 strikes. And here's the 0-2 set by the right-hander, number 2, Eli Hatch. Again, throws out of that stretch full time. Rocks in, fires, fastball down low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hatch had a 1-2-3 first inning. A fly out and a couple of ground outs at first. And here's a 1-2 pitch. Swing and a foul to the screen. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Carson Getty runs over and retrieves the foul ball. Here's a pitch, down low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's a responsibility of not the on-deck hitter, but the batter that's in the hole to go retrieve those foul balls that stay in play. Here's a pitch, swinging a line drive down the left field line. Sneaks foul. That was very close down the left field line. Jeremy Knight trying to keep that one fair, but it snuck foul. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hard hit line drive down the left field line. And it just kind of sliced towards the line and then cross that line and landed foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a pitch. Fastball up. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 1 run, no hits, no errors for Detroit Lakes. For the Vikings, no runs, no hits, and 1 error. And here's a 3-2. Swing and a foul ball. Out of play. Into the evergreens. Towards the park back there. You got Gilbertson Field back there as well. The playground, Gaga Pit. Here's the 3-2, swing and a foul. Barely got a piece of it, but just enough to stay alive. The catcher, Corbin Crump, couldn't quite hold on. Ticked off his glove. 1-run lead for Detroit Lakes. We're in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Second game of a doubleheader. Kindred Vikings won the first one by a score of 8-3. These are non-league games, but getting together with Detroit Lakes to play some baseball. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball fouled away again. Very good at-bat for Jeremy Knight. See who wins this battle. Will it be Eli Hatch? Will it be Jeremy Knight? 3-2 count. 3-2 pitch coming once again. Here it is. Swing and a miss. It's down low and in the dirt. Jeremy Knight will run down to first base. They will have to make a throw over to Shipman at first base, so the out is recorded. And that'll bring up Max Bernier. Max comes into this game hitting .281. Went 2 for 3 in that first game. He actually reached base on a strikeout as well and later came around to score after striking out. Reached base on the pass ball. Here's a pitch. Up high. 1-0 the count. Carson Getty awaits on deck. This pitch misses in. 2 balls and a strike, or no strikes. 25 pitches thrown by the right-hander Eli Hatch. And here it is. Swing and a foul tip. 2 balls and a strike. I think that kind of caught the catcher a little bit, so he's going to walk it out there. Maybe caught the umpire, I guess. So the catcher doing a nice job of giving the umpire a little bit of time to shake that one off. 2-1 the count. Corbin Crump, the catcher. And here's a 2-1. Taken nicely. 3 balls and a strike. Kind of looked like a slower curve ball that broke away. 3 balls and 1 strike. Hitters count. Here's the pitch. That one's taken for a strike. 3-2 the count. And here's the 3-2 set. And the pitch. Swinging a line drive, foul. A lot of pitches thrown to the 2 batters. I believe Jeremy Knight had an 8 or 9 pitch at bat. And now Max will see pitch number 7 in this plate appearance. And here it is. Here's that 3-2. Down low, he walked him. First base runner for the Vikings. Not sure if we'll have a Bernier for Bernier courtesy run situation here or not. Looks like Max will do his own running. Eli Hatch throws over to first base. That was his first time experiencing a runner. And Bernier is going to try to make it over to second base, and he is going to be in there. Wow. The first baseman, Shipman, threw it back to the pitcher wildly, and Max Bernier got up to his feet, and he'll scamper down to second base. That'll be an error. We'll call it on the first baseman, I guess. I didn't really see if it was a bad throw. So a bad throw from the first baseman moves Bernier up to second base. We'll call it E3.
Yeah, heads up to Max because he watched the ball and quick decisions right out of the bat, so that helped him get there.
Carson Getty is the batter, by the way. Takes a ball outside. So remember, Eli Hatch set down the first 4 batters that he faced. Threw a walk to Max Bernier. Now he'll throw down to second base again. This one goes into center field, and Bernier's going to advance to third. It's going to be a throwing error on the pitcher this time, and this ball still not under control. Now Berg wisely grabs a ball, flips it to the pitcher. So an error on the pitcher. One and 0. So Bernier draws a walk. It's a second on an error by the first baseman to third on an error by the pitcher. And here's a line drive base hit into center field for Carson Getty. And Bernier's going to score. I'm not really sure what was going on, why he didn't score right away. But an RBI single for Carson Getty, and the throw to the plate will send Getty down to second base. I don't think there's an error on that one because Getty was going to run down to second base anyway. So Bernier scores an RBI single for Carson Getty. And that'll bring up Graham Hess. So we're tied at 1. So kind of a weird, eventful first inning here. We got a strikeout after a long at-bat by Jeremy Knight. Bernier draws a walk. It's the first on an error, third on an error, and scores on an RBI single by Carson Getty. Graham Hess getting his first plate appearance of the night. Didn't play in the first game, getting a start at first base in this second. And the pitch, swing and a foul. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count. Graham Hess. His older brother Sawyer Hess on the roster, but Sawyer's a little banged up. Didn't make it tonight. I believe he's out coaching, like Wendy said earlier. And another look back to second base. 1-1 the count to Graham Hess. Here's a high fly ball foul down the left field side. Bounces off the fence. It's strike 2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fisher Johnson awaits on deck. One and 2 the count. Graham Hess looking to put the Vikings out in front. Here's a pitch, fastball away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Carson Getty, an RBI single, advances to second base on the throw to home. And here's a 2-2 pitch. Another throw down to second base. This one is caught by the second baseman, Horner. 36 pitches thrown by Eli Hatch. That run for now will be unearned since Bernier was able to scamper around the bases on errors. It could possibly be changed to an error should Graham Hess get a hit or somebody else gets a hit this inning. The reason it would be an earned run is because Bernier would have scored anyway despite the throwing errors around the bases. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swing and a foul. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. A lot of long at-bats this inning. The umpires, home plate umpire's out of baseballs. He's asking the dugout to throw the ball into play so we can play some baseball. A lot of foul balls. Out of play or otherwise. Here's the 3-2 set again. Called strike 3, and Hess goes down on strikes for out number 2. That'll bring up Fisher Johnson, the designated hitter. Tie ball game, 1 apiece. Jays Horner scored for Detroit Lakes on the throwing error. And then an RBI single for Carson Getty. Another throw down to second base. Very concerned about Carson Getty. He does have some speed. He will steal a base on you. He stole third in the first game. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. And here's a set and the pitch from the right-hander, Eli Hatch. Kicks and fires way up high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Fisher went 0 for 3 in the first game. Did drive in a run with a ground ball. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss for Fisher Johnson. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here's a 1-2 set. Swing and a line drive into center field. This ball's hit hard and over the center fielder, White's head. Fisher Johnson's going to stop at second base with an RBI double, scoring Carson Getty. And it's 2-1 in favor of the Vikings. A booming RBI double for Fisher Johnson to straightaway center field. That ball was crushed third hit for the Vikings, and they have a 2-1 lead. And that'll bring up Tyler Grunwald. Tyler was 1 for 2 in the first game, had a nice sack bunt, grounded out, and had a hard hit line drive single to left. Swinging a high fly ball into center field. White misplayed it, and it's over his head, and Getty is going to score, and Tyler Grunwald is going to go into second base. Let's see what they score that here. We're going to call that an RBI double. Tyler Grunwald, back-to-back RBI doubles for the Vikings. Fisher scores. It's 3-1. It was hit hard, misplayed a little bit by White out in center field. He came in, and it kind of sailed over his head. I think it was harder hit than White thought it was, and sailed over his head. Here's the set. Here's the pitch. Down low, Brady Baumgarten, the batter. He flew out to right his first time. One 1-0 the count. And that pitch is in there for a strike. A 3-1 lead for the Kindred Vikings. And here's a pitch, swinging a foul ball down the right field line. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count to Brady. Jackson Schliemann awaits on deck. One and 2 the count. And the pitch from Eli Hatch strikes him out. Swing and a miss. Vikings do come up with 3 runs in the bottom of the second. They lead it by a score of 3-1. Detroit Lakes coming to bat in the top of the third inning on yourliveevent.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Welcome back, everybody, to some Legion baseball here in Kindred tonight. Detroit Lakes in town. We are in Game 2 of this doubleheader this evening. This crew's headed back down to Wahpeton to finish that game tomorrow morning at 11. They're going to finish up that one that they tried to get in last night, but due to some rain and some weather coming in, we'll go back down tomorrow at 11 a.m. and finish that one. And then the Ascension Tournament. Kindred is host to some of those teams coming into town to play in the Ascension Tournament. We are one host side of 4, so come on out to the ballpark this weekend and watch some baseball games in the Ascension Tournament.
Defensive changes for the Kindred Vikings. Jackson Schliemann moves from second base. He comes in to pitch. Gabe Iverson moves from the pitcher's mound out to shortstop. It's a little bit of a merry-go-round as Carter Grunwald, the shortstop, moves over to second base. Here's a 1-0 pitch down low. 2-0 the count. Jackson Schliemann making his 4th pitching appearance this season. He's got 9 1/3 innings pitched. He's walked 9, struck out 3. He's got a nice low earned run average of 1.5. 2-0 the count. Top of the order, Noah Germain, Dylan Barker, and Holden Riding. Here's a little foul ball chopped up the third baseline. 2-1 the count. A 3-1 lead for the Kindred Vikings. We're in the top of the third inning. For Gabe Iverson, he was a starting pitcher. He went 2 innings, no hits allowed. Did allow a run, but it was not earned. Walked 4, struck out 2 batters. It's a nice outing for Gabe Iverson. Stays in the game and plays at shortstop. Here's a pitch from Jackson Schliemann. Misses down low. 3 balls and a strike.
Come on, Jax, here we go.
With the tournament coming up and the pitch count rules, Coach Almaris is trying to save some of his pitchers, keep him under that 45 pitch count so they don't have any days of rest. Here's a walk to the leadoff hitter, Noah Germain, his second walk of the ball game.
Well, and having to finish that game down in Wahpeton tomorrow probably affects that as well. So he's got to add that into his strategy, I'm sure, right?
Absolutely. Trying to see how many. I'm switching back and forth to the season stats to the game stats. I don't remember how many pitches Gabe Iverson threw, but I think he kept under 45. Here's a pitch in there for a strike to Dylan Barker. It'd help if I pulled up the correct game. Here's a pitch. It gets away from Bernier. It's going to be a wild pitch as Germain moves up to second base. Pitch was a ball. It's 1-1 the count. Iverson threw exactly 45 pitches, 19 strikes. So more than likely you'll see some pitching action this weekend. Here's a pitch away. 2 balls and a strike. Nobody out, runner on second base. 3-1 lead for the Vikings over Detroit Lakes, post 15.
Who was pitching in Wahpeton when we finished last night?
Fisher.
Fisher, that's right, yeah.
So Fisher will be able to start the game tomorrow in the third inning. Vikings will be due up to bat. Here's another wild pitch. It's a 3-1 count.
Come on, Jax. Go get him.
A leadoff walk, a couple of wild pitches sends him to third base. Dylan Barker, the batter, with a 3-1 count. Here's a pitch, fastball, swinging a grounder up the first baseline, fielded by Graham Hess. He'll get the out at first. Will be an RBI for Dylan Barker. 3 unassisted is the putout. Out number 1 is recorded. Noah Germain comes across the score. Makes it a 3-2 ball game. And that'll bring up Holden Riding, the designated hitter. He drew a walk his first time up. Swinging a foul to the screen, strike 1. Oh, 0-1 the count. Jackson Schliemann throws from the stretch, and the pitch up high. 1-1 the count. Two runs, no hits, 2 errors for Detroit Lakes for the Kindred Vikings. 3 runs, 3 hits, and an error. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Wesley Berg awaits on deck. Game 2 of a doubleheader. Detroit Lakes in town. Post 15, breaking ball over for a strike. And it's a strikeout for Jackson Schliemann. Looking.
Oh, sorry about that. We do have some final results in from Northern Cass, that Babe Ruth game. Kindred Babe Ruthers win that one in a final of 15-2.
Good win for the Vikings. And here's a pitch. Fastball down low, ball 1. Wesley Berg, the batter, he walked his first time up. He was a starting pitcher in game 1. Ended up taking the loss in that ball game.
And just to recap, too, for that Babe Ruth team, they are here tomorrow against the Castleton Black Stockings, 5:30 and 7, and that game will also be on yourliveevent.com. If you'd like to see some Babe Ruth baseball, we invite you to pull that one up as well.
Here's a 2-0, down low, 3 balls and no strikes. Three and 0 the count. Jackson Schliemann looking to close this inning out. Here's a pitch. Down low, gets away from Bernier, but it's a walk. Runner won't be able to advance. Second walk for Berg. Second walk issued for Jackson Schliemann. That'll bring up Weston White. He struck out looking to end the first inning. We're going to have a visit to the mound from Coach Josh Almaris. It's just going to be a quick visit. He waves off the catcher. He waves off the infielders. Just wants to talk to his pitcher real quick. So, yes, a lot of baseball tomorrow as well. It'll be Little League night as well. And then we have American Legion baseball against Wahpeton.
That's at 11 a.m. Yep, so Legion Ace kicks it off down in Wahpeton at 11 a.m. And then Babe Ruth here on your live event, 5:30 and 7:30 against Castleton Black Stockings in the evening.
Meeting at the mound is over with. Jackson Schliemann out there, again making his 4th appearance on the mound this season. And here's a pitch. Fastball misses. 1 ball and no strikes to Weston White. White is a left-handed thrower, right-handed batter.
With a pretty pink bat.
And here's a pitch, and it's wild. Gets past Bernier, another wild pitch. Moves Berg up to second base. 2-0 the count. You could hear Coach Almera saying, hey, you're 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning. Bear down. Here's a pitch. Down low, blocked by Bernier. 3 balls and no strikes.
Jackson, go get him. It's strike 1, the 5 ball here.
The
Right here.
lights are on here at the ballpark. Beautiful night for baseball. No wind to speak of.
Or 1 batter away, we should say maybe. Huh?
Here's a pitch. Ground ball into the hole into left field. Carson Getty charges. They're going to wave him home. Here's the throw to the plate. Now they're going to hold him up, and wisely so. The runner will move up on the throw, so it'll be a single to left. I think they saw and were haunted by Carson Getty throwing out Jay's Horner at the plate in that first game, and they wisely held up Wesley Berg up the line. So a base hit for Weston White. Puts runners at first and third, and Eli Hatch is the batter. He fouled out to the catcher, Bernier, in the second inning. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. First hit for Detroit Lakes. Here's a pitch. He shows bunt, and it skips away on a curveball. Bernier tries to throw him out at the plate, but they will not get him. It'll go down as a wild pitch. Berg scores and ties it up at 3 apiece. Weston White had advanced to second base on that throw from Getty in the outfield, so no error. He advances on the throw, and now he advances to third on that same wild pitch. So the go-ahead run on at third base. Here's the pitch. Outside. Weston White, you can tell he's kind of a crafty base runner. He's looking to score on every pitch, on every throwback from Bernier back to the pitcher. Keeping an eye on the baseball. Here's a breaking ball, swung on and missed. 2-2 the count. And here's a 2-2 pitch. Fastball fouled away. Back to the screen. Stays alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Remains the count. Three ball game. Top of the third inning. This is a 5-inning ball game. Here's a pitch. Breaking ball. Stopped by Bernier momentarily. Throw to the plate. Won't be in time. It'll be scored as a pass ball. And White scores to take the lead for Detroit Lakes. They lead it by a score of 4-3. And here's a 3-2 set. And the pitch, swinging a ground ball foul towards the dugout. In fact, against the dugout. Dugout fencing over there. 4 runs, 1 hit, 2 errors for Detroit Lakes. Kindred Vikings, 3 runs, 3 hits, and 1 error. Here's the pitch. He walked him. Third walk issued for Jackson Schliemann. Now it looks like we're going to have a pitching change. Coach Josh Almaris coming in, pointing to Jeremy Knight out in right field. So we'll have a pitching change. We'll take a break, and we'll be back and tell you all about the defensive changes after this on yourliveevent.com.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile Project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Welcome back to Legion Baseball, everybody, and Kindred this evening against Detroit Lakes in town.
I think we got our defensive changes. Jeremy Knight comes in from right field. He'll take the mound and pitch. Jackson Schliemann comes out of the game, and Sam Bernier comes in to catch and will bat in his space for now. Max Bernier moves from catcher over to first base. Graham moves from first base. Graham Hess moves from first base out to right field. I think that's all the changes. Jeremy Knight on to pitch. Here's a pitch. Runner goes. Throw down to second base. Not in time. Stolen base for Eli Hatch. The batter is Jays Horner, by the way. Jays drew a walk and scored a run in the second inning.
We also do have another score update in the Kindred 14-15U. Played Wapaton earlier this evening and lost the first one 1-4 and lost the second one 0-6. So that's not how they wanted that to go down, I'm sure, but thanks for the update.
Jeremy Knight hits Jays Horner with a pitch. And that'll bring up Corbin Crump. Crump flew out to center field his first time up. He's 0 for 1. A run actually scored on his fly ball. Horner advanced to third on the flyout after tagging up, and then a throwing error scored Jays Horner. So Crump is 0 for 1. Batting with 2 outs, runners at first and second. New pitcher, Jeremy Knight. And here's the set, and the pitch, fastball, misses away. So Sam Bernier in to catch again. He caught the first game. And here's a 1-1 set. And the pitch, fastball, misses outside. For Schliemann, he goes 2/3 of an inning, allows 1 hit, 3 runs, 2 earned, walks 3, and strikes out 1. He is responsible for the runner on second base. Here's a pitch, down low. Nice stop by Bernier. Sam Bernier this time. With the Grunwalds and the Berniers, I get the first names mixed up quite often.
Yeah. Well, and it's kind of funny, too, because you switched up Carson and Fisher a couple of times tonight. We should point out to people listening that don't know us, we do know these boys. Been saying their names since they were on Little League. But, yeah, what a special thing for Grunwalds and us as well to have the siblings out there. But at this point, they're all kind of ours, I think, too.
Yeah.
Yep. So.
Well, don't forget we have Sawyer and Graham Hess, too.
Yep.
Sawyer's
Yep.
unfortunately
Yep.
banged up a little bit.
Yeah, he got banged up in track, so he's on the team and not here this evening. I think he's still coaching. I haven't totally confirmed that, but we're pretty sure he's coaching his Little League team tonight. But, yeah, Sawyer, too. Always fun to watch these boys.
Corbin Crump draws a walk. Here's the first pitch to Max Ducharme. It's up high, ball 1. Crump has a courtesy runner. I didn't catch his number. I believe it's number 20, Hudson Lundberg. Here's a pitch in there for a strike to the batter, Ducharme. 4-3 lead for Detroit Lakes. They dropped 3 runs here in the top of the third. They're still batting with the bases loaded. Here's a pitch from Jeremy Knight. Swinging a ground ball, chopped up the third base. Tyler Grunwald fields it, throws a nice dime over to Max Bernier to end the inning. It's a 5-3 putout. However, Detroit Lakes comes up with 3 runs, and they lead it by a score of 4-3. Kindred Vikings coming to bat in the bottom of the third inning on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Welcome back to Legion Baseball and Kindred, everybody.
Kindred Vikings will have the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, Sam Bernier, Carter Grunwald, and Jeremy Knight. Sam getting his first plate appearance of the night. He'll face Eli Hatch. Sam was DH4 in the first game and caught. He came into this game, this last inning, as a catcher, and he replaces Jackson Schliemann in the 2-hole. And here's a pitch down low, ball 1. Sam has limited at-bats at the Legion A level. Takes a pitch in there for a strike, 1 ball and 1 strike. Has a hit. Had a hit up in Hillsboro. And here's a 1-1 set and the pitch. Swing and a ground ball towards short. He's got it. Kicks it momentarily, throws wild over to first base. And Bernier's going to reach on the error. E6. So Bernier is aboard. I don't think there's anybody to run for Sam for a courtesy runner. Carter Grunwald will be the batter. He's 0 for 1. He grounded out his first time up. That was to end that first inning. Four 3 lead for Detroit Lakes. Bottom of the third. Another throw over to first base. Bernier is back in time. Sam has some speed. And here's the set and the pitch from Hatch. Misses, ball 1. Bernier was the leadoff hitter. He hit a ground ball out to short. Shortstop Barker made an error, so Sam reaches. It's a 1-out count. Nobody out to Carter Grunwald. Another throw over to first base. Back in time is Bernier. Carter Grunwald, left-handed hitter. He's got some pop in his bat. And here's a 1-0 set. Swing and a ground ball chopped out to second. Second baseman, Horner, decides to just go over to first base. Bernier got a pretty good jump off of first, so no chance to get him at second. Horner took a peek, decided to take the sure out and get the 4-3 put out. And there's one away. Bernier safe at second. Jeremy Knight steps up. He's 0 for 1. He struck out in the second inning after a long at-bat. I have to look back, but I believe it was an 8 or 9 pitch at-bat with 3-2 count. He fouled off a few pitches. Here's a pitch. It's up high. Ball 1. Here's a 1-0 set by Hatch. Looks back at Bernier at second base. Kicks, fires, way up high. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's a 2-0 set by Hatch. Kicks and fires, way up high. 3 balls and no strikes. Max Bernier waits on deck. And they're just going to walk Jeremy Knight intentionally. So it'll be an intentional walk. And that puts runners at first and second with the 1 out. And Max Bernier steps to the plate. Max walked in the second, came around to score on an RBI single by Carson Getty. And here's the set. And here's a pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen. Strike 1. Max had a big cut at that one. And here's the 0-1 set. Runners at first and second. 1 down. And the pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen once again. Quickly up in the count. 0-2. Carson Getty awaits on deck. And here's the 0-2 set. Just misses for a ball. 1-2 the count. Both the pitcher and the catcher in a little bit of disbelief, thinking that was strike 3. And here's a 1-2 set. And here's a pitch. Swinging a ground ball on the right side. Horner has it. And he's going to be out. I don't think the umpires saw that one. It looked like it hit Jeremy Knight. But it'll just be a 4-3 put out. and that'll move runners to second and third. Bernier moves up to third, and Jeremy Knight up to second base. Had that hit Jeremy Knight, that would have been a single for Max Bernier, and Knight would have been placed out. First pitch to Carson Geddes a strike, but it did not hit him. I'm not sure if it hit him or not. Doesn't make any difference. An out's recorded. Runners at second and third. Pitch is outside. It's kind of an unusual scoring situation. When you score that in the books, if it hits the runner on a ground ball, it's actually scored as a hit for the batter, and the runner is out by the nearest infielder. Line drive, base hit into the outfield, and Carson Geddes has another RBI single. They're going to try to score a second run, and they will. Jeremy Knight is safe. Throw down to second base is not in time, and Geddes reaches second base on the throw. A 2-run single scores Sam Bernier and Jeremy Knight. And the Vikings take a lead. It's 5-3. Geddes moves up on the throw again to second base, and that'll bring up Graham Hess.
No. What's the score?
It's 5-4.
Right. Okay.
What did I say?
5-3.
5-4.
I thought maybe I gave the point to the wrong person last time, or scored to the wrong person.
No,
But okay.
I'm sorry. It was 4-3 in favor of Detroit Lakes, and then a 2-run single gives it a 5-4 lead for the Kindred Vikings.
Okay.
Graham Hess, the batter.
Carson's on second and 2 outs. Okay.
Graham Hess struck out his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Fisher Johnson awaits on deck. That pitch is in there for a strike. Runner on second, 2 down. Bottom of 3. And the pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2 the count. 1-2 the count. Eli Hatch still on the mound for Detroit Lakes, trying to work through this inning. And the pitch, outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, runner on second base. And here's a pitch, called strike 3, and Hess goes down on strikes again. To end the third inning, but the Vikings come up with 2 big runs, and they take a 5-4 lead. We head to the top of the 4th inning. Kindred Vikings lead it by a score of 5-4 on yourliveevent.com.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Welcome back, everybody, to Legion Baseball this evening. Detroit Lakes in town on a seesaw back-and-forth game this is.
Yes, there's been, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4 lead changes. So Detroit Lakes and Kindred were both zeros in the first. Detroit Lakes took a 1-0 lead in the top of the second inning. 3 runs for Kindred in the bottom of the second inning. For the second lead change, the Detroit Lakes took the lead back with 3 runs of their own in the top of the third. Vikings responded with 2 of their own in the bottom of the third. So it's a 5-4 lead for Kindred Vikings. Detroit Lakes post 15, 4 runs, 1 hit, 2 errors. For the Vikings, 5 runs, 3 hits, and 1 error. We're having some issues with the lights out in the field. Dan Nathan, I know, is down in the booth trying to.
Those are on. I'll show you the ones that are on.
Trying to get some lights. It's the lights be up above the press box that are having trouble getting on. There's a circuit breaker or something. Dan Nathan's working on it. Coach Almaris just brought out new white baseballs, fresh out of the package, to hopefully help with the infielders and the hitters and everybody involved to help see the baseball.
It's still pretty bright out.
Here's a pitch in there for a strike. Jeremy Knight on the mound. He came in through a third of an inning, got a ground out after hitting a batter and walking a batter. That ends a line for Jackson Schliemann, 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit allowed, 3 runs, all earned, walked 3, struck out 1. Jeremy Knight on to pitch, and he's been given a lead, 5-4. 0-2 the count, and the pitch fouled away. We're back to the top of the order for Detroit Lakes. It's Noah Germain, the batter. He's walked a couple of times, scored a run. At least his courtesy runner did. And here's the pitch. Outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here's a 1-2. Jeremy Knight throwing out of the full windup. Fastball up high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a 2-2. Fastball away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a 3-2 set, and the pitch. Almost hit him. Inside. And he walked him. Jermaine draws his 3rd walk of the ball game.
Now batting number 3, shortstop, Dylan Barker.
So we have 4 lead changes, 4 half innings in a row. Vikings trying to put a stop to that. Detroit Lakes trying to keep that battle rolling. Leadoff runner aboard, Dylan Barker, the batter. He's a shortstop. He's 0 for 2. Here's a pitch away, 1-0. Barker struck out in the first, grounded out in the third. That did score a run, so he's got himself a run batted in. There is action in the bullpen for Detroit Lakes. Here's a drive into center field. Brady Baumgarten is right there, almost right in his tracks, and he makes a catch, and there's 1 away.
Batting at the center for out number 1, brings up number 23, designated hitter, Holden Riding.
Holden Riding is the batter. He walked in the first, struck out in the third. Jeremy Knight on to pitch. And here's the set. And the pitch. Misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Second game of a doubleheader. Kindred Vikings won the first one by a score of 8-3. These are non-league games, of course. Detroit Lakes playing out of Minnesota. Here's a pitch, misses away. A lot of baseball for you over the next couple of days into the weekend. Here's a pitch. Misses up. 3 balls and no strikes.
DL does have somebody down in their bullpen now, too. I haven't caught a number yet.
Here's a pitch. Called strike. 3 balls and a strike. 23 pitches thrown by Jeremy Knight. And here's a 3-1 set and the pitch. Runner goes, throw down to second base. They got him. Sam Bernier throws him out. It's a catcher to the second baseman, Carter Grunwald, covering. A swing and a miss. It's a 3-2 count, and Sam Bernier guns out the base stealer. It's a caught stealing, 2-4 on the putout. Second out of the inning. And it's a full count to the batter, Holden Riding. And here's a 3-2 set, and the pitch, swinging a high fly ball into left center field, and there is a little bit of a collision, and the ball's going to fall, and Brady throws it into the infield. So I'm not really sure who touched the ball. I think I would rule that a double myself, as the runners or the fielders kind of collided. But that's just my vote. I'm sure I can be. It's going to be a double for Riding. As the ball was in the air, Carson Getty and Brady Baumgarten kind of collided. I could hear PA announcer Paul Quisland say, "Talk, talk, talk." And I don't know who called it or what happened, but either way, there was a minor collision. Everybody's okay, and the ball fell to the grass. So it'll be a double for Holden Riding. And courtesy running is Hudson Lundberg. So runner on second with 2 outs, and Wesley Berg, the batter. He's walked a couple of times and scored a run. Here's a pitch, up high, ball 1. And you wonder if the lights played havoc on that one, because the lights are out above us. There's 2 sets of lights that are out.
Down the first base line, yeah.
Down the first base line, above the press box.
I don't know. That's hard to tell. We'll have to talk to him afterwards.
Yeah. The air is just still out here, so sound is carrying. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Throw down to third base. Scooped up nicely by Tyler Grunwald to save an error. It's a stolen base for Riding, or actually for Lundberg, the courtesy runner. I guess it wouldn't be a courtesy runner. It'd be more of a pinch runner. And here's the set from Jeremy Knight. Here's the 3-0 delivery. Outside, to the screen. Bernier throws to the plate. They didn't get him. It was a walk. Berg draws his 3rd walk, and Hudson Lundberg scores on a wild pitch.
That one was so close.
And this ball game is tied again. Coach Almaris coming out to talk to his pitcher and his infield. Not sure if there's going to be a pitching change or who would it be that would come into pitch in this situation. Doesn't look like we're going to have a pitching change. He's just out there to talk to his infield. It's a 5-5 ball game. 5 runs, 1 hit, 2 errors for Detroit Lakes. Kindred Vikings, 5 runs, 3 hits, 1 error. Jeremy Knight on to pitch. Just issued his 3rd walk to put Berg on first base, and then the run scored on the wild pitch to make it that 5-5. And when we've had 4 lead changes, now we got a tie ball game.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of back and forth. This one is a lot of close things and just almost and what ifs.
Pitching for the Vikings today, Gabe Iverson started the ball game. He went 2 innings, no hits allowed, 1 run, none earned. Walked 4, struck out 2. Jackson Schliemann, 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit allowed, 3 runs, all earned, 3 walks. He did strike out a batter. And Jeremy Knight on. He's got 1 inning of work, 1 hit allowed, 1 run in, has walked 3. He'll face Weston White, who struck out and singled and scored a run. Here's the pitch. Down low, gets away from Bernier. Another wild pitch will move up the runner. Weston White did pitch in that first game. Here's a 1-0 set. And the pitch from Jeremy Knight. Fastball up. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's a 2-0 set. And the pitch from Knight. Fastball way up. 3 balls and no strikes. And here's a set. And the pitch from Knight. Fastball in there for a strike. And because of the light situation, it is a tie ball game. Because of the light situation, I just overheard conversations that this could be the last inning. Here's a pitch. Swing and a miss. 3 balls and 2 strikes to count to the batter, Weston White.
And it was only going to be a 5-inning game anyway, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Here's a pitch. He walked him. Runners at first and second, and that'll bring up Eli Hatch. He fouled out and walked. He's 0 for 1 officially. 35 pitches thrown by Jeremy Knight. And here's the set, and here's the pitch. He shows bunt. It is a strike. And here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside. Bernier looking to throw somebody out.
Yeah. Little miscommunication between brothers right there. Sam was headed to throw it down to Max, but it just didn't work out that way.
Max was down there and wanted that ball down
yeah.
there. They thought he had him picked
Thought he
off.
could have got him.
Here's a pitch.
Now let's try.
Throw down to first. And the runner they do try to throw down to first, and Wesley Berg noticed that and made it over to third base. So he just advances on the throw. No stolen base awarded. I suppose you could allow a stolen base in that situation, but he more advanced on the attempted pickoff down to first. Here's a pitch, swing and a foul ball over the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count to Eli Hatch. Here's a pitch, down low. There will be no throw. Big jump there from Weston White, a stolen base. 2-2 the count. Eli Hatch, Jays Horner awaits on deck. Here's a 2-2 set. Here's the pitch, swing, and a fly ball out towards center field. And Brady Baumgarten is there, and he puts it away. And it's a fly out, so we don't have our 5th consecutive lead change, but we do have a tie ball game as Detroit Lake comes up with a run in the top of the 4th inning, and we're tied at 5. Headed to the bottom of the 4th on yourliveevent.com.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Welcome back, everybody, to Legion Baseball here this evening. It is Detroit Lakes in town, and we are about to start the bottom of the 4th here of the 2nd game of this doubleheader this evening. And we have a couple of the lights out down the first baseline that might be affecting the game. We'll have to ask the players later, but regardless, this has been a back and forth ball game and a lot of fun to watch.
8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Kindred Vikings. Fisher Johnson, Tyler Grunwald, and Brady Baumgarten. They'll face a new pitcher. It's number 9, Emmett Hudson. He was warming up down the third baseline. Right-handed pitcher comes in to throw. That'll be it for Eli Hatch. He goes 3 innings of work, 4 hits allowed, 5 runs, 3 earned, walked 2, struck out 4 batters. And again, facing Fisher Johnson, Tyler Grunwald, and Brady Baumgarten. We head to the bottom of the fourth.
And I want to make sure to thank our sponsors tonight. The Enbridge Player of the Game will be announced after the game. Life takes energy, and Enbridge Energy for Life. Enbridge.com for career opportunities. We'll also have the HTC connection of the game and the Agassi Precision Egg Precision Play of the game. So stick around for that. And also some other upcoming things to let you know about. We have the game down in Wahpeton tomorrow morning. These Legion A boys have to finish up that game. It was postponed due to rain. And the Essentia tournament coming up this weekend, and the Babe Ruth tournament coming up as well.
First pitch from Emmett Hudson is over for a strike to Fisher Johnson. Fisher dented a baseball to deep center field, a RBI double. He was followed by another RBI double by Tyler Grunwald. He came across a score. 5-5 ball game, bottom of 4. Here's a 1-1 set from the right-hander, Emmett Hudson. And the pitch, down low. 2 balls and a strike. The lights are working in the outfield, so the outfield's lit up pretty well. Third base side, lights are working fine. Just the first base side only. Pitch is over for a strike, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a 2-2 set. And the delivery. Swing and a foul. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a 2-2 set. From the right-hander. And the pitch way up high. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Emmett Hudson on to pitch. In relief. Here's a 3-2 set. Out of the full windup, and the pitch, swing, and a ground ball, base hit into center field. The leadoff single for Fisher Johnson. He's 2 for 2.
Number 5, third baseman, Tyler Grunwald.
So if I overheard correctly, this could be the last inning due to the light situation. So I wonder if Tyler Grunwald is going to lay down a bunt here and move the runner into scoring position, try to get that winning run across to walk this one off. He does show bunt, and he gets a good one down. Third baseman has it, throws over to first base in time for the out. Nice bunt by Tyler Grunwald, a sacrifice bunt. 5-3 put out for the first out. Fisher Johnson does move up to second base.
Top of the order with number 1, center fielder Brady Baumgarten.
That'll bring up Brady Baumgarten. He's 0 for 2. He flew out to right and struck out.
And there is one out, right? That was.
Yeah, 1 down.
Yeah, it was out.
And here's the set. And the pitch. In there for a strike to Brady Baumgarten. And here's the 0-1 set, and here's a pitch. Swing and a foul chopped up the third baseline. No balls and 2 strikes. No balls and 2 strikes. Here's a set. And the pitch. Swinging a high pop fly into foul territory down the first baseline. And it's out of play. First baseman Shipman gave chase over there. A lot of foul territory, but he ran out of room simply down golf cart row down there. Bryson Shipman playing over at first base. 0-2 the count to Brady Baumgarten. Here's a pitch by the right-hander. Swinging a high fly ball into center field. Center fielder reaches up, makes a catch, throws to third. Good, strong throw, but it won't be in time to get Fisher Johnson. He moves up to third on the fly out to center field. Weston White out there. Threw it hard. Second out is recorded. Re-entering is Jackson Schliemann to hit. So Schliemann re-entering. He was 0 for 1. He grounded out. Sam Bernier came into the catcher spot and batted in his order. Sam went 0 for 1, reached on an error and scored a run. So Jackson Schliemann trying to drive in that go-ahead run. And here's a set. And the pitch. Breaking ball misses. 1 ball and no strikes. 5-5 tie, bottom of the 4th inning. And here's a 1-0 set. And here's the pitch. Misses. 2 balls and no strikes. Two-0 the count. Carter Grunwald awaits on deck. And here's a 2-0 pitch. Misses outside. 3 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, that sun set tonight at 9:21. So since then, and with us having a couple lights out tonight, it is getting a little dark on this side of the field.
Here's a 3-0 set. And the pitch. That one's in there for a strike.
But a sunset at 9:29. Let's take a moment and recognize that, shall we? How nice is that?
And a beautiful evening. Here's the 3-1 set. And the pitch. Swinging a grounder over to Horner at second base. He throws him out at first base. It's a 4-3 putout. And I think this game is just going to end in a tie due to the light situation. The Vikings just had a chance to win the ball game, but a ground out ends the ball game in a 5-5 tie. And again, this is a non-league counter game, so we're just going to end this broadcast, or end this game anyway, with a 5-5 tie. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with a recap on yourliveevent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We have just wrapped up Game 2 a little early of this doubleheader this evening due to some malfunctions of the lights, but it ends in a tie, so that works out. So thanks to Detroit Lakes for coming over and playing a couple of games this evening on a great night, and thanks to our sponsors, Enbridge, HTC, and Agassi Precision Ag. We thank you for sponsoring Kindred Youth Baseball.
So this game ends in a tie. It's a 5-5 tie. Shout out to Carson Getty. He goes 2 for 2 with a run scored and 3 runs batted in. Fisher Johnson also goes 2 for 2 with a run scored and a run batted in. Tyler Grunwald had the 5th hit, an RBI double. For the pitchers, Gabe Iverson went 2 innings, Jackson Schleeman 2/3 of an inning, and Jeremy Knight an inning and a third. And again, this game ends in a tie. The first game was won by the Kindred Vikings by a score of 8-3. And we'll have more baseball for you tomorrow night.
Yep. Well, at first it kicks off down in Wahpeton tomorrow at 11 a.m. These Legion A boys are going to go back down there and finish a game that got postponed yesterday or last night due to weather conditions. So that kicks off in Wahpeton at 11 tomorrow. And then Babe Ruth plays Castleton Blackstockings here, a 5:30 and a 7:30. That will be on yourliveevent.com. And also Legion B will be over at Castleton, post 15, also on your live event, I do believe, tomorrow at 5:30 as well. So, yeah, take your pick. Come on out and watch baseball wherever you can and catch it. Sometimes people go to one game and watch the other one on your live event, too. So it's a great thing to have, and we appreciate our sponsors. And thanks to everybody who comes out to the ballpark and supports Kindred Youth Baseball.
So once again, Kindred Vikings win the first one by a score of 8-3 against Detroit Lakes, and post 15 out of Minnesota, and the second game ends in a 5-5 tie. And these teams will just go away. They shook hands, and that'll do it for our broadcast. Thanks for Detroit Lakes post 15 to make the trip over to Kindred to play some non-league counter baseball games, and it was a fun contest, and we'll end it here. And thanks for watching on yourliveevent.com.